What's up, everybody? Welcome to the final cast of CPL Season 8. This is going to be the final cast. This is going to be all Tier 0 games between Too Fact, Too Furious and Let's Attack. The number 1 rank in the regular season and number 2 rank in the regular season. Both are now just duking it out for all the marbles. And this is going to be really exciting because all of these players are so good. Not only are they Tier 0 players, but they're players at the top of their game. And I'm joined here by Supperman and Lanaishot.
Hey there,
Hello.
good to be back.
Yeah, so our casters, 2 Protoss players and 1 Zerg player, but let's have a look at the matchup, because we actually have a lot of Protoss and not a lot of Zerg. A lot of Protoss, a lot of Terran. So if you like PvP, this is the night for you.
Yeah, but at least we'll be starting out with a Zerg here, so you won't feel too lonely. But no, I think these are really great players. Of course, they've gotten to the top of the regular season, and some of these players, such as Doodle, such as Pandora, you kind of see, like in other streams as well, playing with even like you want to call it players who are above CPL, and also you have a lot of players here who play in clan leagues like the BWCL. You see the Dulai, Sun, Kiko, Jedi One. Just a lot of great players here. Some of the best that CPL have to offer. I'm really looking forward to these games.
Yeah, first game is going to be DoodleDoodle versus Soon, and we know Doodle is a super good player. He went, in the regular season, he went 10-0. I think he only lost 2 maps, or maybe even just 1 map, if I remember correctly. So he's a killer.
I think it was just one game that he dropped, and I think it was to return, but I could be wrong about that.
I think he dropped only 1 map, and then he dropped another map in the playoff. But yeah, a super strong player.
I believe he dropped 1 more map to return in the playoffs, actually.
Okay.
Unless there was somebody else in the regular season. I'm not totally confident on that. Maybe you know more, Lana, being on his team.
That's
Yeah.
all I recall. But I do recall that Doodle and Pandora and So were by far the most active players practicing in our Discord group. These guys were at it almost every single night, live streaming their games and practicing and getting better. So I'm super excited to be able to cast their games.
Yeah, I've played both with them and also with quite a few of the players on the Let's Attack Tier 0 team, and I'm just really stoked to see these games. I'm sure it's going to be a good fight.
Yeah, and it's interesting that Return is the one to take a map of Doodle, because that's another Zerg player. So we'll see if Soon can do the same thing. Let's have a quick look at the map pool. Wait, that's the wrong scene. Here's the right scene. So yeah, it's the same one as the last time we did the cast. It's Goodnight, Eclipse, Polypoid. That's our map pool for the finals. And with Polypoid, of course, being the map we go to if there is no conclusion in the first 2 games. So the first game is going to be on Goodnight, and I was hoping to maybe say something about how Goodnight is in Protoss vs Zerg, being a Zerg player myself from this perspective, but I actually haven't been able to play Goodnight against the Protoss because I only played 1 Protoss this whole season for some reason.
Oh, really? Yeah, I mean, Goodnight is in the ladder, so players are probably quite familiar with it, but at least in my personal opinion, and I think also in like the high-level stats, Goodnight, not the best Protoss map. Zerg, I believe, had a pretty good win rate here, but definitely playable. Definitely you can. Of course, it's difficult to attack in at some areas into a fortified Zerg position, but Protoss can also have a playstyle where you kind of just sit and rely on your later game macro. And 4-player map, it's a pretty kind of anything can happen here, and it's not so much risk of like early craziness as it would be on a 2-player map. So I'm just looking forward to see how it's gonna go.
Yeah, and speaking of 2-player maps, Eclipse is the one up next. So let's see what's gonna happen here. Maybe we should just get into the game and then we'll see how it goes from there.
Go.
Let's do it.
All right, in the top right corner, it's Zoon for Let Us Attack.
And in the bottom right, in the purple Protoss, also with the pre-order, it's DoodleDoodle for 2-pack to Furious.
Let's see if we should we switch colors?
My queen,
Oh, there is
pardon me
no-
for interrupting.
It
They
didn't
play
play
The
on Thunder's
visitors you
button.
have been
They
expecting
played
have
on melee, so
arrived.
we're stuck with these. At least you can. They're different races, but on the minimap it might be tricky.
Diggity,
So,
thank you for the raid, man. Sorry to cut you off there. We just got 18 people.
Delivering
Thank you.
additional
Nice.
siblings now.
Thank you for the big raid. We are in the Tier 0 finals, the final cast of this CPL season here. So, a lot on the line for these players, and it's. I know that you've been casting Hustle League, and Doodle here has been in the Hustle League, and I won't say too much more, but
Zergling
it's gonna be nice to
reinforcements
see some more of him
arriving.
here. So close spawns here, no cross positions. Looks like Sun will unfortunately scout in the wrong direction though with the Overlord. And we see a gateway out of Doodle here on 9, so looking for that early pressure.
Yeah, I think that was pretty common for DoodleDoodle. In most of his games that I've seen him playing against Zerg, he seemed to like the gateway expand.
Indeed, from what little I have seen, I do think he favors the gate a little bit, just being able to get in there, kind of poke and see, okay, depending on the circle, either you do get good damage, or still worse response from the Zerg player. Meanwhile, we do see just the Pupil here, it seems like, from Soon. Does have a drone scout, will be able to confirm the gateway, and should be able to adapt here by saving up Larva to have extra links, which you do need against the gateway.
Was this drone here just checking for a probe real quick? Did you see
And-
that at the natural?
Oh right, I think maybe it was hiding against a potential hatch block.
Okay.
Some Zergs do that just to kind of trick
That
the
makes sense.
Purpose player into coming in, but I mean, it
So-
might delay your hatchery a little bit if you can avoid a hatchery block that's really as well.
Gotcha. So we already have the first zealot out with the second almost done.
Yeah, and this looks like pooling up for 2 zealots at least before going. You see the scouting probe here, staying alive but quite low. Oh, this is crucial, like keeping this probe alive, as these 2 zealots are now coming out, and we have a third zealot at Nexus behind this standard or rather safe gateway expand. And now let's see if they go looking for a potential third base location, or if they'll still try and get into the natural or the main here. So it's getting on top of the links for a bit, getting a few pot shots off, very valuable now. The probe can help also by adding DPS, but we have more links here in the natural, looking for any kind of surround, any pick off on these crucial zealots. But Doodle staying by the wall, not allowing for a lot of surface area, just pulling back. Let's see now. We do have more links and speed on the way here. This could be crucial. Zealots currently
Lot of
not being
damage going
surrounded.
down for zealot.
Yeah, and the probe now getting into the Zerg main, it looks like, sees additional links, should know what to do. We do have a forge and a cannon already on the way here. Zealot and probe trying to hold the gaps. Not too confident about this wall, but I believe it should be good. But of course, the links can get some surface area. Probe drill coming through. Oh, going a bit far maybe, actually, with those probes. I believe Doodle wanted to drill on top of the links there. There we go, going back. Cannon coming up. I think this should be fine if Doodle doesn't allow for a run by here. Because we do have speed, I believe, unless it was cancelled.
Yeah, it was definitely being researched, but I think it's been canceled, and
Yeah,
it looks like
yeah.
the layer is almost done. So
Yeah. yeah, instead going for a 2-hatch lair play here, maybe trying to get a really fast Spire.
We've got the Overlord out in front. I'm wondering, you know, I know. Okay, so yes, we're already seeing drones being pulled. I think that Zune is going to try and push these zealots out of the way with a drill.
Yeah, that might be possible. I hope it's not just miss rallies because
No, it's not.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
what's happening. That's what's happening.
yeah, that could work out here. Of course, Zune quite all in behind this, only on 12 drones, 2 hatcheries going for the Spire. But let's see now, the drones coming in, has the vision on the minerals, glitches on top of the zealots. One drone does go down though. Probes being pulled to defend, an additional cannon going up, a lot of surface area on the gateway. But the Zealots so far mostly staying alive, but now gets on top of the cannon here. This could be dicey, but Rogue's doing a lot of damage here. Another cannon going down. Zealots still alive. 2 Zealots here together with the probes just cleaning up the Zerglings. And none of them even get into the main here. And this is a lot of lost eco from Soon here, going for this aggression. Another cannon being thrown down, forced to cancel. Gateway going up again, but I believe Doodle can stabilize here. The question is, will the Mutas be able to do significant damage here? Spire is about to finish.
Yeah, Spire's about to finish, but the Stargate is done and a Corsair is already queued up, so it's hard to imagine that the Mutalisk can really get a whole lot done.
Indeed, and look behind this, 10 drones only. A lot of, even more links have evaded. You can't really get that many Mutas even, and you're of course on 2 hatcheries, so I guess I would assume all the larvae is going to go into Mutas now. Zerg is really all in, I have to say here. Oh, some more links. Going down 2 cannons, that's quite unfortunate. Looking ahead, sees 2 cannons completed. We do have additional cannons in the main. I believe Doodle saw the 2-hatch flare play earlier, knows that Mutas are a possibility. Mutas and the Corsair miss each other, but now Doodle will see everything, and this is only 2 Mutalisks. And with the cannons, oh, they aren't just done yet. We'll be able to get a little bit of damage, but these should. That's just one cannon, my bad. But yeah, with 1 cannon and another Corsair here, these Mutas should eventually be forced away, I believe. Another cannon in the natural mineral line, but
behind all of this, Doodle has continued to make probes as well, so this feels completely all in for Zune.
Definitely. I mean, one of the skills of dealing with pressure is being able to keep up your economy, keep up your worker production behind all the micro shenanigans. And Doodle has done that quite well, considering that he lost quite a few probes up there. Having 38 now is not bad at all. And Zune, yeah, just completely all in here. Gonna go for a Ling Muta attack. Has some. Does he have some Scourge as well? I'm not sure.
There were some Scourge running around. I don't see them anymore.
Maybe they were picked off, unfortunately. That's why it's rough against. Oh, Overlord. Okay. Gets a shot on top of the stairs, but with these cannons here, the Mutas have to be very careful. Of course, they can get some probe damage, but at cost of valuable Muta HP. No Scourge here to come in and snipe Corsairs as they're picking off the Mutas, and I mean, you can kill a few probes, but Doodle has plenty compared to Zune's possession here.
Yeah, and with the goons coming out, this becomes even harder to try and take out probes.
Indeed, indeed. 1 Corsair does go down, but further Mutas have been slowly picked up here. No Carapace or anything, no +1 weapons either, but really, Doodle just needs as many units as possible right away now, and is going to be completely fine after that. I'm not sure. I don't think there's any way Zoom can transition into macro from here. Still just making Mutalisks. We do have a pair of Scourge now. Looking for any stray probes. Does get 1, but let's see now. We have the Corsairs. Now you have this Corsair Scourge battle always. Trying to lure the Corsairs in so you can move in Scourge and snipe them, but staying safe for now. Mutas taking some pot shots. Oh, Scourge. actually get the Corsair there with the 2 Scourge, but even then, we now have Templar coming, more gateways being added, additional cannons. Doodle recognizes what this is and is just doing the textbook counter, so to say. Of course, still has to be careful, but at some point, I can't help but think that Doodle can push out here, put a ton of pressure onto the Zerg.
Yeah, in the next 30 seconds, we're probably just going to see a bit of a push out, and there's just
Overlord?
nothing. Yep,
That's
Overlord going
unfortunate
down.
too. It was probably the Overlord used to macro the Mutas. And unfortunate. Some more damage onto the Mutalisks here. You have Scourge coming in. Oh, let's see if we get any connections here. Going for the chase. So tricky. You even have an Overcon now. Gets one connection, but the Overcon snipes a lot of the Scourge, losing a lot of the value there. And with so little economy behind us, each Scourge is really valuable. We do have a few more here. 6 Scourge coming in. Archon is actually stuck, which leaves some room for the Scourge to get on top of the Corsairs and reduces the Corsair count quite a bit, but eventually this Archon should be able to get out. Blocked by a pylon here. Ooh, another Corsair coming up. Is there a Scourge? Actually takes out all the low HP Mutas. GG, well played. The Mutalisk play, the 2-hatch Muta play, being read completely with the probe scout behind the links, also holding the initial links really well, and Doodle just takes this very nicely.
There was a GIF floating around of Zune pulling that move where the drone gets drilled into the natural of the Protoss, and the Zealot being pushed aside and the Lings flooding in, killing the cannon.
Oh,
So
really?
I'm pretty sure that's what Zune was going for with those 2 drones. But they kind of gave their hand away because one of the drones was a little too far forward. And so
Right.
Doodle, I think, was able to see that drone. And even then, there were already 3 Zealots up, and it was probably about 10 Lings and 2 drones. It was going to be a hard fight.
Definitely. I actually didn't know about that gift that like Zune is known for that kind of play. Now I know next if I am to face him at some point. But yeah, I didn't know that was a thing he as like a signature move. But Doodle maybe knew it beforehand or just saw the said this level you usually don't miss rally drones this early on in the game at least.
Right.
So
Maybe
Doodle
if it was a
takes
Hydra
one of
Buster.
yeah, maybe during a Hydra boss. That's right. I have seen that. Like when you're yeah. But now map 2 Eclipse. You will have the first scout, so of course you can see any shenanigans directly, but this map, I'm sure both players have played a ton of games on it. Will we see comfort styles? Will we see any? Is there still any like tricky stuff you can do? I'm not sure really. I'm really hyped for this one.
I know I've had the lurker drop a couple times on this map.
Right?
Base
Into
lurker drop seen
yeah,
quite a bit.
yeah. I mean, I suppose you have like few tricky paths and like behind. It's a bit of a distance going from the main and the natural to the third also. Like if you get lurker dropped at the third and you don't have like units close by, maybe only one cannon and then they kill the cannon, can be tricky.
Yeah.
Or even just yeah, and then maybe they load up, go into the main. Could see that.
The thing
You could
is,
see
you know,
more
you know,
early
you know
play.
what I'm thinking about as well is that Zune is, I think, the player out of these 2 clearly came into this match with like a plan. He's like, I'm gonna take down Doodle. This is how I'm gonna do it, and I think he's just gonna stick to some sort of plan rather than playing like a straight up macro game. I think he's gonna be up to something on this map as well, but we'll see. He is kind of that type of player. He's a player who really likes to micro, to come up with something and to perform like some specific attack, some timing or some sort of concept.
That the week before he can practice over and over and over and over. That's what he wants, I think.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah, you're on Dada. You were on his team, right? So
Yes.
you would know much better than me.
Yeah.
So that should leave us with a great game. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, let's have a look. DoodleDoodle versus Zune on Eclipse. Game 2. Also, yeah, that's right. Manadog in the chat saying that Zune had some sort of food poisoning, like the day before the game, and was really bothered by that. So.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, health issues can really throw you off, but hopefully it didn't impact the games too much. But man, that can't be good.
We have
So,
the same colors, by the way. Well, maybe not exactly the same colors, but
nearly.
different shades of magenta.
Indeed.
And I forgot to mention, in the bottom left, it's Zune for Let Us Attack.
And in the top right, now in the like light pink or pink, not in the purple, it's Doodle. So pylon in the natural, scouting after the pylon. So this might actually be a forge opener then, on maybe thinking that just wants to be safe on Eclipse, and also maybe wanting the hatchery block, which is of course possible, more likely if you go for the pylon scouts. See here. And meanwhile, Zune looks like another overpool, which is normal. It's fine. It's like the middle of the road build. You can avoid the hatchery block if needed by making more links and just going for pressure. Very middle of the road matchup, I have to say, so far, build order wise.
First drone coming out.
Yeah, this is usually like you want to poke at the probe and also eventually send this drone to scout.
Oh, these are great hits by Zune.
Yeah, doing the drone micro, getting a few hits off on the probe. Now, the second drone is the one that you want to place down the hatchery with, ideally. But now sending this drone out still hasn't been able to. Okay, now we'll be able to get the hatchery down basically on time. And also we'll be able to get the scout. So just a very, very typical game. One pair of links so far. Forge will probably. It actually goes for the cannon here before the Nexus. Not totally sure if it was further links, perhaps, or actually going for two cannons here. Did make a few more probes, but with only two links here. Okay, maybe there will be a cancelled cannon here because against Overpool two links. Yeah, there we
Already
go.
there's one
There we
canceled
go.
cannon, which
There we
definitely
go.
seems like the right idea. You know what? They just saw all those different eggs and wasn't sure what it was. They had to be
Yeah,
safe.
if you don't have vision of if you don't have vision, especially of when the larva turns into eggs, you can be like unsure. Okay, is this drones or is this lynx? But then when they hatch, you can kind of you have the option to cancel and continue on with your regular build order.
Oh, and once again, we're seeing layer being morphed.
Yeah, this is a two hatch timing. This is another two hatch timing. Doodle knows this. With that early gas, and we might see the mutas again. We might see a very fast lurker drop. Although then we should see a hydra then come down pretty soon, like within the next 10-15 seconds. Probe still alive here, but now the main would be open for like a hydra then if that's the play. Okay, but this might just be the Spire once again. And meanwhile, Doodle just progressing their build for not decent time, of course, decent time, I say, against like a standard opener, against a two-edge opener. If you're only going to rely on Sayers, not realizing that as two-edge muta, you will struggle. You would need an earlier cannon now. Doodle gets the scout off once again, sees the lair done at this time, sees the spire even, and basically now, without any early damage, this is perfectly telegraphed once again. And Doodle at this level was able to respond in game one. Let's see if Soon has any curveball to throw to make this a different situation. Of course, now a lot more drones, more like a ZVT saturation here for Zoom. I would say, without being like too familiar with that matchup. So we might see more Mutas, more Scourge, and more kind of
So we do see the
It's
first
tricky enough.
Stargate that went down. It's halfway done. Do you think that a second Stargate is a good idea in this situation, or do you just go one Stargate and a few cannons in the near the minerals?
I mean, I'm not totally confident these players would know better than me, but
Hmm.
you can lean into the double Stargate here as a response to committed mutas, but not for now. The probe scout is still alive, and we'll see actually that there's more hatcheries being thrown down. I'm not sure if you have seen the hatchery at the third yet. There is another probe which might see that eventually. Perhaps upon seeing all these extra hatcheries, might not throw down the second Stargate, thinking that this is going to just be more of an eco. I don't know if you can even call it economic, but like it's not the most all-in two-hatch muta, from what I
Sure.
can
Yeah.
tell at least. So
Yeah.
might just seek to, but you will need like 1-2 cannons. Yeah, I would say
Yeah.
2 cannons in each mineral line, along with consistent Corsair production to hold this. And now actually going for the Hydra then behind this. So
And Doodle
yeah.
also noticing that there is a third base up as well.
Yeah, the secondary scout, really nice. If the Zerg thinks that, okay, now my links finally forced your probe back, but hello, you're still there. You still see everything. Sees the Hydra then, and then that should be a tell that, okay, might even see the drones here. Mutas at the natural, meanwhile, looking to get any damage done, but with consistent Corsair production, with 2 cannons in the mineral line. I don't see how these Mutas can get a lot done, and indeed, we have Hydra speed behind us and further drones looking for position.
We're really seeing almost the same thing from Doodle as last game. You know, it was Stargate, and then it was Citadel of Adun, and now it's a bunch of gateways being added on.
Yeah, now going for the +1 air weapons actually, so hoping to maybe go, but not adding additional Corsairs. I'm not sure if they'll go back up to 5 stairs at some point. Maybe not upon seeing the Hydras and the additional drones, because at that point you will rather want Storm at some point. Of course, Citadel a little bit delayed to respond to the 2-hatch muta, but adding the gateways now will get a big zealot count, I imagine. And behind this, the Zerg's economy and hatchery count is just not as great as it would have been with a regular 3-hatch opener. Now, +1 on the way, about halfway done for Protoss. The ground weapons. Oh, Stairs coming out, catches some mutas out in the open. This is not a battle the Zerg wants to take. No Scourge here. And forced to retreat, loses 1 muta and takes some damage on the others. Do we have any Scourge? I don't think so. We have some Hydras though coming in. Might get one. Oh, barely escapes, keeping the Corsairs alive. Very nice. It's so nice to have the Corsairs for later. To keep your Templar alive, the annoying with the Overlords further scouting, and sees the Hydra switch here, which also indicates that there's not a lot more drones being still on that 31 drone count, which you can macro off of, but it's like it's not enough if you want to go into 4 base play here from Zerg at least. Now some Corsairs coming here will get the scout on the 3rd, Zealots on the map, speed close to being done, so is +1, should finish by the time the Zealots get there. Now the Corsairs looking to pick on the Overlords here. They do have speed though.
This is a lot of Hydras, though. Okay,
It is a
looks like
lot.
Doodle is moving back, though. That's good.
Yeah. It's fine to move out, but then upon seeing the Hydras, it's also smart to just back off, not just suiciding in these 6 Zealots. They can't do anything against all those Hydras. It's really like a numbers game.
Yeah.
Catches a muta off here, and also the Corsair should see the Hydras on the way now. Throws down additional cannons. We have Storm yet. We do not have Storm just yet. Still just on the way, but the Zealots picking off stray Hydras, picking off Overlords, and now these Zealots in the middle of the map engaging a smaller group of Hydras as the Hydras at the front, at the natural, trying to break through. Picking up the cannons, no Storm, probes being pulled, a few Zealots here, but these Hydras should be able to pick them off, but now the Zealots from the back coming in, but this is still an overwhelming number of Hydras, I believe, and more being rallied. Sure, the Corsairs can pick up some Overlords, but this is just a lot of Hydras, now making some BD, hoping that they can pick up all the Overlords before the TTs come out, but they are still alive, or just have gone down. Templar should have 2 storms now once the upgrade finishes in a few more seconds. But soon going in for a cannon snipe. Probes trying to keep Doodle alive here. One DT is out. Oh, big storm on the Hydras. Another big storm. And the DT is out, but the Overlords are still here. We do have some more Hydras. I have to say, soon. Was he supply blocked maybe? Macro slipped a bit, but
Supply blocked for a real long time during.
Yeah.
He didn't get any units out.
yeah, now these DTs with their 40 damage have an Archon even after these storms. Keeping Doodle alive for now, trying to get some more cannons, but just DTs if we get more Hydras here. But this is all Overlords from the big Overlord battle. DTs trying to get out on the map. The third is completely empty, so is the natural actually. But let's see if Doodle sees this. The Hydras will spot it. Maybe. Oh, yeah. Sees the Archon at least and the Zealot, maybe even the Shimmer. Overlord's coming over. But the DT is being sneaky.
This is giving a lot of time for some Templar to get energy and for more cannons to get up.
It is. And sure, there is an Overlord at the natural, but at the third, there's nothing. DT going to town here really.
Yep.
Will be able to get quite a few 6 kills on the DT, maybe not all drones, before being pulled away. Soon's economy again a bit in shatters here, and now trying to make more Hydras, even had Lurker aspect done, I believe. But yeah, Lurkers being morphed, trying to go for a contain here. Behind this, the Roco has only just started, so there will be a bit of window, but with all these Templar here, still that's quite a lot of Storm actually. Although only Storm and Zealots is not exactly what you want against a committed Lurker contain. But if Doodle can break this, I think their superior economy can take the game. But let's see now. Lurkers are done. Actually, the DT in the third once again during this. Big storm on the Hydras and on one of the Lurkers there. Let's see, there should still be more storm. Oh, another Fat Storm catches 2 Lurkers, but they're all on low HP. There's no Dragoons here to pick off the Lurkers for the finishing blow. And this wall at least should go down, I believe. Robo is complete, however. Let's see, do we have an observatory? We don't have an observatory just yet. DT meanwhile still just attacking the hatchery. But the Zealots now getting on top of the Hydras. Big storm catches the 2 low HP Lurkers. And I think have more Lurkers coming, but eventually this observatory builds quite quickly. Not sure if this contain will be strong enough.
No, it seems like they're gonna hold.
Yeah, we do have another pylon here which will power the cannons. You can't like just snipe one pylon and then run past the cannons here.
First observer was queued up, halfway done already.
Yeah. I'd imagine you would also want Dragoons at some point. Just sticking to Zealot Templar actually. Maybe that's Zealot.
Yeah, well,
being
range
in.
hasn't actually been done yet, so it's not as good.
Yeah, maybe just thinking that, okay, I don't have range, I can't afford to wait for that tech, so just gonna spend all the gas on Storm and Observers here, and this is a lot of High Templar actually. This could be now range start being started at this point. With not that many Lurkers, you can actually go good off
And the
snipe,
first
but
observer was picked off.
yeah, 3 High Templar go down, but losing a few Hydras for that. But with this limited economy, maybe you can storm your way out of this contain. Second observer is out. Also, Doodle can kind of tell where the Lurkers points are coming from, which can give him like a place to aim in. Beautiful storm there. It takes out 1 Lurker, forces 1 down. Another one goes down.
Behind this, we have seen a large drone switch. There was about 12 more drones added in, and now Zune will actually be ahead in drones and workers.
Indeed. Zune got the time now to get all those drones, but now let's see if it's not going to bleed off too many Hydras, because if you made that big drone switch, you weren't reinforcing your contain for 1 production round, right? Maybe even 2. A lot of idle drones, unfortunately, actually, at the third. So with this drone round, you do have the eco, but now let's see if Doodle can break out of the contain. Still all Zealot Templar here. Just being as efficient as possible. Trying, okay, storms on lurkers. Now the Zealot's coming in, looking to pick up low HP lurkers. Sees the 3 low HP ones, 4 low HP lurkers. Shoots straight through them. And this is a breakout. I suppose that's a way of doing it too. If you storm them down to low HP, then the Zealots can trade efficiently and just kill all the lurkers. There's no Hydra support. It needs goons if you can just have a lot of Zealots and storm. I suppose behind this, making additional Hydras, now looking to not die to the counterattack here. Of course, does have quite a few hatcheries here. We have 6 hatcheries. Oh, going for Hive actually. That's a bit ballsy, maybe. Hive off of tree base now here, with the contain being broken. Oh, Zealots looking to get into the third lurk. No lurkers in position, unfortunately. Gets up the high ground on top of the hatchery, which is low HP. Hatchery goes down, drones being pulled away. But now these Hydras coming in with being move commanded a bit. Okay, we'll eventually pick up the Zealots here, but these Zealots are trading very efficiently here, I have to say. Being 1-1 upgraded against 1-0. And this bought soon a lot of time to transition into Goon Templar, and also has third base started. Sorry, Doodle. Get a third base started, get into Goon Templar, and did some eco damage too soon. So,
another group of Zealots is moving out onto the map.
yeah, if you know the Hydra count is low, you can kind of try and just keep on playing with these Zealot groups, look for any damage anywhere, any straggler Hydras like this. Also having the upgrade advantage, will be able to trade very efficiently against pure Hydra. And now
they're fast enough not to have to actually commit to anything. They can just move in, see if something's there. If they can get some damage done, get it, and then get out if too many Hydras come.
Indeed. And behind this, of course, now getting that third base up, we are reaching that 17-minute mark, which is like the famous you're close to mining out off of 2 base timing, although Doodle, being on that 40 probe count, can sustain for a little bit longer. Meanwhile, Zoon looking to take a 4th base of their own here at the kind of natural location. Doodle with Zealot coverage at the other bases, preventing any sneaky bases. Oh, one Zealot will see the 4th here. And now Zoom trying to move into Doodle's 4th here, but the army getting split up a bit, and now it's being picked off. Nice storm on the Hydras. Hydras not really in the numbers you want to engage the full Protoss Deathfall. And just the supply here is really nice for Zoom, I have to say. Sure, Protoss is expected to be a bit ahead, but with this 50 supply lead here, I think Doodle is in a pretty good position all in all. And I'm not sure if Zuna will be able to hold a 4th base. Will be quite spread out. Not a lot of lurkers here, really.
Well, we're seeing a pretty big push coming across for Protoss right now.
Yeah, the Deathfall coming in. The Zerg army being caught a bit off guard here. A lot of Hydras being chipped off. Ooh, actually storms at the observers, but has more. And these Hydras here, this is not enough Hydras to hold without any lurker support. No Hive tech hasn't kicked in yet. Storm on the top Hydras. Oh, big storm in the middle. A ton of Hydras go down. And some Lings streaming in, but this Protoss ball is still alive. A lot of Archons to pick the Lings. Goon Templar core is still here, reinforced with Zealots, which do build very quickly. And might just go for a bust of the natural here. Not even going for the 3rd or the 4th. GG, well played, man.
Oh,
GG. Wow.
Yeah.
that was scary for Doodle there. I thought that maybe they were going to get contained a little too hard and not be able to break out.
Yeah, the contain was scary at one point, but I'm no Zerg player. I'm really not sure what's like the correct Zerg play there. Because we saw Soon go for that, was it like 15 drones or something, 10, 15 drones being made to transition into like a stronger economy, which I do understand. But maybe that just left, like, maybe it was just like a bit too many drones and it left him a bit too open in terms of not having enough hydras to support the lurker contain. I'm not totally sure really. But Doodle saw that, and with some very nice Storm Zealot play to get out of the contain, just kept the observers alive after the first one, got efficient storms, and sure, Zune pulled back the lurkers a little bit, but eventually all of the lurkers were at really low HP, and then the Zealots were just able to get through them and get onto the map.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe he was being too aggressive with his... because he was actually attacking. He was trying to kill the Nat at one point, and maybe it would have been better for him to just sit back and focus on just building up that contain as much as possible.
Indeed, but it's tricky because then you're letting Protoss build up like Templar energy, and it's,
Yeah, a lot of Templars were sniped during that attack on the natural. But at the same time, it's like all those cannons that got built finally got put to use and got to kill a ton of Hydras.
They were sniped, but also like delaying the goon production leaves you with a lot of gas to make additional Templar, I suppose. So, and yeah, I can't. Also, I'm curious about how this would have looked different. Like if two hatch opener CVP is just like a comfort style for Zune, or if he was aiming to get more done with the mutas, perhaps, because maybe that also like made his follow-up Hydra lurker contain a bit weaker, starting off with the less economic opener.
Yeah, before the contain actually happened, it didn't seem like it seemed as if Doodle was already a little bit ahead. So they were starting from a behind position.
Indeed. But all in all, very nicely done. Zune had, as you said, Dada. Zune had a plan, I want to say, for both games here, but unfortunately, Doodle's just Doodle. Had the reads, the probe scouts being alive, and the secondary probe scouts seeing everything. Really, I mean, it's not as easy. Of course, you need to execute. If you have the scouting, if you have the full information, that's half the game right there, I think.
Yeah, so with that out of the way, this PvZ nonsense, we get onto the real matchup, which is Terran versus Terran.
Oh boy, let's go.
We're
the
gonna
gentleman's
be
matchup.
Yes, and we have one Zerg and two Protoss casters here, so this is gonna be interesting.
I hit C rank with Terran once.
Yeah,
but,
you
but,
play every
no,
race,
I'm no expert. I'm no expert in PvT, but we'll try our best. Yeah.
But whenever you play Terran, what do you think about this matchup?
I actually like it.
Okay.
I actually don't mind because I get to use all the units which annoy me a lot in PvT, TVP, tanks and vultures. I feel more comfortable playing with those than with Bio in TVZs. But it's definitely a tricky matchup, and I mean it can be very quick. It can go into those split map situations. We do have a 4-player map here. Maybe we won't see like a split right away as you can see on a 2-player map, but I'm just really curious about what these players have to offer.
Yeah, it's gonna be My Fleeting Dream for 2-Factor Furious versus Do Live from the Ash Clan, or Let Us Attack. Let's get into it.
Let's go.
Alright, as we listen to that Terra music booting up, it's My Fleeting Dream for 2-Factor Furious in the top right corner.
And in the bottom left, in the not teal but like military green or something. I'm not sure. It's Ash Do Life.
Let's switch colors maybe. It's a little bit easier to watch on the minimap as well.
Sure. Red versus blue.
They did play on top versus bottom. Very pleased with that.
They did. Now, I'm not too sure about My Fleeting Dreams TVT, but from what I've seen of their TVP, definitely a fan of like early aggressions, some kind of tricky opener to kind of feels confident doing those more technical openers, like often see like FDs or stuff like that, which are puts on pressure early on. So let's see if that transfers to TVT as well. If we're gonna see like some one-base play or anything.
The spare the casters build, I think.
That's definitely possible. Like 2 port away, 2 flag, or even 2 flag, 1 port, all possible.
Do you have a general build that you open up when you play Terran?
TVT, since I play Terran so little, I just try to do one build all the time. Just trying to do the very middle of the road vulture, 3 flag vulture style, but that's like, I mean, that's middle of the road, but it can definitely be vulnerable to a lot of other places. We see
Right.
we see this center scout, cross scout here, maybe from my fleeting dream, maybe expecting a center barracks to life. Both players getting gas.
Looking for it.
Yeah, it is a possibility. You can 8 racks, you can 11 racks, even in the center. Just put on some light pressure or BBS. Just fall in, of course. This is just gas for both players so far. See, my fleeting dream looks like their refinery finished a bit quicker, might have a quicker factory time, and also got the first scout, which is very nice, of course. Knows that it is cross positions. Going for a wall, actually, at the entrance.
What usually for? Is that to counter something like BBS or just to counter vultures? What's the wall for?
I would think this is going to be one base play. Still mining gas here. Oh, okay. This is a factory in the center from my fleeting dream. And we're still mining gas. So this is going to be one base. This is going to be tricky. If it's going to be a second factory or a starport, I'm not totally sure yet. We have an SCV here. I think this is going to be a second factory now. Indeed. But if you scout a wall in like this, I'm not sure if you're like...
Oh, and DoodleDoodle coming through the middle of the map for their scout.
Oh,
and
very nice.
Factory.
With the end scout. Sees the proxy factory here. Meanwhile,
hitting the
their own
SCV,
factory.
but you're not going to be able to kill it.
No, but has the information at least, and probably doesn't think that this is the only factory, or at least that this is the only tech building that has been built. If you see a center factory like this, but hasn't actually confirmed the command center, right? I'm not totally sure about that.
No, they didn't go all the way over there. Once they saw the factory, they've kind of been chilling.
Vulture?
But they're on their way now. It doesn't look like they're going to make it.
Yeah, Vulture picks it off. Let's see, is this just going to be straight Vultures? Okay, one add-on in the main, Vulture production from the center. Meanwhile, getting a bunker here. And also delayed the CC quite a bit, DoodleDoodle did. Just realizing that this is probably going to be tricky. Also moving the barracks down, not going for the barracks scout, instead trying to make a wall in here, which I believe you would want against like one-base play, especially if it's one-base Vultures. To prevent a big run-by. Actually, this is going to be a tank at my Fleeting Dreams main here. So
Yeah,
this
with
is going to be like a
siege
tank
being
Vulture.
researched
Siege.
as well.
Yeah, no mines, no speed, just a siege push. Oh, and the SCV now sees the command center here, sees the ball. Meanwhile, DoodleDoodle getting 2-pack armory, just like a catch-all kind of. If you're expanding and you see a one-base play, I believe 2-pack armory is like a good catch-all kind of response. But we do have a tank now for DoodleDoodle as well. The question is, will they be? How much will like the earlier siege mode be able to do here? Siege mode now being started for DoodleDoodle as well. Of course, you can eventually try and break out here with SCVs. Better economy.
Well, a second add-on being created for Fleeting Dreams. So we're just gonna get tanks out of both.
But the 2 tank production. Oh, the Vulture got in, but it was really low HP. The tank got some potions off. The SCVs picked it off before any damage was done. Unfortunately, Fleeting Dream. Now, yeah, as you said, we're gonna have 2 tank production here, while DoodleDoodle is still stuck. Only now making the second add-on. So this might be like tank against tank production upon seeing no starport in Fleeting Dream's main.
The first tank is being sieged up in range of the bunker.
Indeed, making a secondary bunker now. Of course, if this now siege is done, oh, being baited in a bit. One vulture does go down. Now, DoodleDoodle will have the vision advantage here with the floated barracks. Fleeting Dream floating over their barracks now, but this is now 3 tanks against 1 for small enemies here. Moving up, looking for a better siege position. But Fleeting Dream just unsieges, sees the additional tanks. Now moving up, gets siege hits off. There was 1 low HP tank for Fleeting Dream. Now 3 tanks against 1. DoodleDoodle sieging up on the high ground, gets the low HP tank. Now bunker is down. Okay, this high ground tank is picking up an additional tank here, but vultures do get in, get some economic damage. Chipping away at the bunker here, but this high ground tank might be enough to hold here. Ooh. Tank goes down from Fleeting Dream, backs off to get a repair off. Think it hits here, but I think that tank is done. Indeed, the SCVs also go down, and now DoodleDoodle has broken this contain with the 2 tank production of its own, with a quicker rally behind this Fleeting Dream, trying to get a command center up, but it's only halfway done. DoodleDoodle can really get ahead in the economy here. Maybe even put on pressure. Of course, doesn't know if there are mines out. Sieging up on the high ground here. Low ground tank, not long for life. Even barracks here, backs off, but not in time. Goes down. And really, now DoodleDoodle could try and go for a move out, but it's of course difficult to know. You can have the farther mines. Do you have like the tank out to do so? No vultures out for either player really. Get out and play mines. Now this position here, both players setting up with vision, but DoodleDoodle has the high ground advantage with the miss chance.
A lot more factories going down for DoodleDoodle as well.
Indeed. Now
Healthy probe count lead.
Getting some Goliaths for DoodleDoodle, realizing that they have an opportunity here, also with the Goliath and the additional tank count, and just pushes through, gets a more forward position here. Doesn't go for the center, doesn't really know, just he sees that there's 1 tank, the second tank just popped. Not choosing to go for the high ground, but it's a bit tricky. Bringing the SCVs up now for some repairs, just being efficient when possible. Fleeting Dream has the vision advantage right now, but can't really use it. This rack slowly being chipped away at. Okay, now sieging up, gets 1 tank, even as it's got repaired, gets a second tank. And this looking like it's stabilizing just a little bit, but with DoodleDoodle, with an eco advantage, with a factory advantage, will be able to out-produce, just produce more.
The factory advantage just seems like so much. I mean, this 3rd factory might not even be useful too soon.
Yeah, but you can also get vultures. Now getting the vulture upgrades. One thing is that they can tank hits, they can threaten mines. Map control. Of course, like Terran units kill mines a bit quicker, but actually that's the Force Academy. Fleeting Dream, if there's mines everywhere, you can't just keep pushing in against mines everywhere. For now, just reinforcing these positions, both of them. My Fleeting Dream just pumping out some more tanks, but have this barracks game, this repair game of TVT. But I just can't help but feel that DoodleDoodle has the stronger position behind us. We do have Starport though, which can be tricky, but we do have some Goliaths here.
Well, now we see 4 speed vultures moving across the map, and there's really nothing at home.
Yeah,
to
that's the
protect the SCVs.
Indeed, and can also lay these mines. This is the power of like additional factories and vultures in this matchup. If you see your opponent is only just making tanks and making a contain, if you get out on the map, you can get a lot of damage done. A ton of SCVs going down, forcing the worker pull. Just now 10 workers ahead here for Blue Thunder. And these mines will make it really difficult to reinforce this forward position as DoodleDoodle slowly chips away at it. My Fleeting Dream doesn't even have scans, unfortunately, to clear those mines if they even want to. Trying to go for a base at 12 o'clock, actually. Semi-hidden. The vultures could find that, but of course, if you do get that, it's really nice. get the additional gas. And behind this was the. Even we
I
have.
think we're getting ready to see a large engage.
Yeah.
Life, I think, pushing forward right
You like
now. There's only
unsieging.
6 tanks.
Yeah, but these vultures tanking a few hits, some good focus target though on the tanks from Bleeding Green, but this is just. I think that this is going to be too much. Maybe the tank in the high ground there can do some work, but at least gets a part of the position cleared up. Yeah, another tank goes down, unsieges a few of the Morgalites coming in, supposed to clear the racks and tank more shots. This one tank alone can't do much here.
There's
The
so many
rally,
units coming out for Do Life right now. There's just
yeah,
too
and
much.
the rally being caught on the mines here. Some mine hits cleared some of the mines, but almost everything goes down to those
Huge
spider
mine.
mines. Gets on top of the middle here, forces the factory away. And just behind this, Fleeting Dream doesn't have the, might not even have the units to hold their own kind of natural high ground. Two Life scanning ahead, and should have the information that this is like open ground to come and take. And even the vultures see the 12 o'clock hidden base as there's SCVs being built there. Now coming onto the high ground. GG. Yeah, Do Life just saw the forward factory and had the right response. It seemed like very nicely done. Nice attempt. You might not be always center scouting in TTT. Like if you're just kind of scouting the city along the sides of the map, and then that hidden second factory can be very strong. But here, Do Life sensed it out and able to counter it.
It seems like they had capitalized well on when to sort of break out of their natural, which can be a hard thing to know, right? As soon as too many tanks get there, it just gets really, really hard. It becomes super micro intensive. You might have to pull SCVs. And I think that they ended up pushing out with their quicker rally just at the right time.
Indeed, like as you said, if the containing player gets too entrenched, I mean Terran, the more time you have in a position, the more Terran units you have clumped up together, the better that army is gonna fight, the stronger that container is gonna be, like exponentially.
Yeah.
So you're right that they saw or they at least viewed when they had an advantage and when they would have enough units to break out and kind of secure position on the map, also using their stronger economy behind it to just outproduce Fleeting Dream, it seemed like.
How do you feel about the continued entrenchment, right? Even after it was broken, then they tried to siege, outside of that high ground natural. And sort of they were kind of protecting that middle of the map area where their second factory was. Do you think that was the right play, or should they maybe have retreated and tried to play a super long macro game?
It's difficult because I mean people describe TVT as like Go or something where space control is so crucial, right? But I'm not sure. Maybe he wanted to like block vulture run-bys by controlling like one of the exits from his natural. Of course, that didn't really work out, unfortunately. But I'm not sure. Like if he pulled back to the middle, that seems like a position which can be kind of bypassed from both sides. And maybe they felt that okay, pulling all the way back is like giving up too much ground against a stronger economy player. Maybe that was kind of the only real play left, is to kind of keep on trying to go for a aggressive play. But it's definitely that's an important part of the matchup, knowing where to set up
Yeah,
and
right,
when you
right.
can afford to be in a specific position on the map and when you have to be more defensive. That's a very important skill, I think, for playing TVT well. So now let's see on Eclipse, two-player map, it's a bit different. Proxy is still very strong, maybe even stronger really, if it's like a very early proxy barracks. But let's see what the players have to offer.
Let's do it.
Yeah. Let's have a look. So, My Fleeting Dream versus Do Life on Eclipse, Game 2. Alright, in the top right corner, it's Do Life for Let's Attack.
And in the bottom left, in the red, it's My Fleeting Dream for 2 Fact 2 Furious.
I am
So-
still surprised that we really haven't seen that much cheese. Nothing too crazy in any of the casts that we've done.
Really, yeah. I mean, in the finals, maybe there's some nerfs. Maybe people would just default to like their comfort. But at the same time, I mean, that's the time to prepare tricky builds, right? Like we saw Zoom, and this 2-pack here also probably like a prepared build to catch Do Life off guard. But for now,
Would you consider that build cheese? Is that a cheesy build? That last build we saw?
well, it's
It's
not
aggressive,
cheese,
for
It's
sure.
not cheese like BBS, I suppose.
Yeah.
It's not. It depends on your definition. But like one base play is kind of has a bit of an element of like, okay,
All right.
if you, I believe at least that one base play in TVT is more like, okay, if you have the right read, it should be counterable. But let's see now. We have once again this forward fraction depot. Of course, that could be just to float it further closer, or it could be a wall once again from My Fleeting Dream. Do Life just placing it at the location to like float it quicker to the enemy base.
Well, I think anytime you're seeing the supply depot at the entrance, then it's almost always going to be a wall.
Yeah, because it's also it's a bit tricky later on to have the depot there, right? With
Yeah. Well,
like
and
getting your
normally,
units out.
I think you normally want the first supply depot to be pretty close to your CC.
Yeah, that's like efficient in terms of mining and also like building space. Of course, you don't need like Zealot SimCity in this matchup, but this might be a wall. Yeah, looks like it. A wall once again, and let's see if this is gonna be 1 factory or 2 factory or starport. Or My Fleeting Dreams SCV being annoying, getting on top of the factory SCV, but now coming in with a repair and another SCV here. And Do Life should see that it is a wall once again. Maybe didn't see it, only saw the Marine on the ramp perhaps, but sees that Do Life is only placing down 1 factory so far, pulled off of gas, should be an expansion. Meanwhile, My Fleeting Dream still mining gas. See if this is gonna be. Has 200 gas though. I would imagine would have placed the 2nd factory already, so this might be a starport. Yeah, 2 SCVs moving up. There we have it. The caster special. So this should be 2-port Wraith then. I believe.
So Bleeding keeps bringing out the builds.
Indeed. Maybe just like that's how they prefer to play TVT. Not a fan of like the usual kind of okay, 1 factory expands, long game, long macro game. Here we have the 2 Marines coming up here. Do Life looking to maybe capitalize on there only being 1 Marine, but Vulture gets both. But now the Vulture is on low HP, but Marine is here. Tricky thing now is that this Vulture, Do Life took no damage almost. Yeah, gets the repair off, because if it's just on low ground, 1 Vulture against a damaged Vulture, Do Life could be in a very strong position, but...
Well, the starports are done and already blinking.
Already blinking, indeed. But we do once again have this 2 factory armory build. So we'll have the quick Goliaths, if needed. Not going for like 3 factory Vulture, which can be really abused by early raids. So let's see if we have the read here to make Goliaths right away. You have one tank against any vultures.
The first control tower being put down as well, so I guess we're
Yeah.
going to see Cloak.
Going for cloak. Two vultures move out, picks up the one forward vulture here, and two Goliaths being made. So let's see if the Wraiths can get any damage done really before these Goliaths pop. Two Goliaths can easily handle two Wraiths without any cloak. Ooh, but also now using this time to get two vultures into the natural here. Tank bit off guard. The SCV also maybe takes the shots. Ooh, and Goliaths, actually, one Goliath was pulled down to the natural, the other Goliath in the main here. The Wraiths got one kill. I think the Vultures also got a few kills, at least a few SCD kills. They are even on workers right now, but until Cloak is done, these Wraiths have to be very careful what they're gonna do. We have a high ground command center actually from My Fleeting Dream, being scared of taking that at the natural in case DoodleDoodle moved out. Doing some Wraith micro here, trying to pick up the SCVs, but doesn't really have enough to one-shot them. And with the Goliaths in position, has to wait for Cloak. We have an eBay on the way and Academy. DoodleDoodle realizing the Cloak is a possibility here. Intermain. One Wraith does go down, unfortunately. 2 hits and like almost a half. 1/3 HP Wraith went down. That's really rough. That's 100 gas.
Oh, and turrets are now being put down at the natural and in the
Indeed.
main.
More circlings.
Yeah,
It feels like it just shuts down most of this Wraith play.
yeah. I mean, gets an SCV here and there, but you can, let's say you can afford to like go for the Cloak is done now. Can be annoying, but you're getting both scanners and turrets, which you can say, oh, that's not efficient economy-wise, but just you are on 2 base. You have the additional production. You can produce more workers, while My Fleeting Dream only now moving over their 2nd base and DoodleDoodle moving out. Scans the Wraiths. All of them still alive. Scan duration not just done yet. No Wraith actually goes down there. 3 of them at quite low HP, picking away at these Goliaths. Now one is uncloaked, out of energy, I believe. Yeah, goes down. Now let's see, are there more scans? There's one more scan, 72 energy at the natural. One Goliath goes down, more scans. See, you get one Wraith. No, not yet. Uncloaks. Behind this does have siege mode. Oh, these tanks moving up. Maybe not realizing that was siege further forward, but with the Goliaths, maybe might be able to break. No SCVs being, there we go, SCVs being pulled. Wraiths coming in, but very low HP, and yeah, even though there was siege mode, these 4 Goliaths can be quite annoying here. You have a siege tank on the ramp, which does eventually shut this down, but still delays mining. DoodleDoodle still ahead in the economy behind this. And My Fleeting Dream is leaning it back into the Wraiths, it seems like. Kind of needs anything to hold this contained, perhaps? Off of only one factory.
Yeah, they don't really have a lot of production in general, right? Even if they have enough money to keep factories busy, they only have one factory.
Yeah, coming in now, gets one Wraith, and like each Wraith is 100 gas here, so that obviously means less factories. Another scan. Wait, moving back, let's see. Get repaired. Sure, you can like bait scans here to kind of buy time. That looks like to be the plan here, just using single Wraiths. But this one goes down though, very unfortunate. I sometime maybe to siege up in a forward position. Ooh, gets the tank, very nicely done. Using the SCV for some extra vision as well. Pairs behind this. There's another tank for DoodleDoodle in the middle of the map, more being produced. Once now adding a 2nd factory. Once again, DoodleDoodle coming out of this opening play with stronger economy.
Yeah, just a solid hold across the board. More economy.
Let's see now though,
more
3
factories.
tanks. 3 tanks coming up only against 1. These Goliaths, they get baited in, they're just free food for those tanks. That's quite unfortunate and might allow the Wraiths to come back into play again, but don't see any more being made. just yet. DoodleDoodle maybe just wanting to conserve the gas right now. 4 factories. Sorry, Bleeding Green. Sieging up. Wait, goes down, but nice high ground miss there. That tank does go down. This one should not. Okay, DoodleDoodle doesn't have vision, so we'll be able to repair the forward tank here. Into the front, maybe? Or position? Behind this, DoodleDoodle going up to 4 factories, getting vulture upgrades, trying to push up here. That's difficult. High ground against 2 tanks.
And getting ready to take a 3rd base as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Fleeting Dream is actually, that's, yeah, we do have some vultures out now. Being added on. Let's see if the vulture will see that. Right here. No Goliaths in the area. Can chip away at this tank position. Yeah, there's, okay, 1 Goliath being rallied slowly. This might get 1 tank maybe force them back a little bit. Which is nice, you need to buy time here. As the great player, get your own factory so.
Well, one Goliath finally joining the fray.
Yeah. Scans now. Oh, actually gets away. That's very nice to force the scan just to kind of not even kill the wave, just to force it back. Scans are resources. But these tanks now have been moved away from the natural up to the 3rd, and DoodleDoodle doesn't really. Okay, DoodleDoodle scans ahead now, sees that it's empty, and just unsieges everything. Bleeding Dream, those tanks up to the 3rd, but now, maybe with the weaker siege. Oh, hit some of the vultures. Meanwhile, DoodleDoodle's tanks hitting the other tanks. Does have the raids though. I'll maybe clear this. Force DoodleDoodle back. It was a bit scary for a second. Bleeding Dream at unsiege to the 3rd base. And again, it's like, okay, these raids, getting some vision, getting some hints in for the tanks will break, goes down.
A lot of army moving up for DoodleDoodle though.
Yeah, starting
We're
with
really
13
seeing all those different factories.
Yeah, and since there's no mines either on the map with the fewer factory count, lower factory count, and with the scans, DoodleDoodle can just march through here. There's a wraith in DoodleDoodle's main. There's turrets. It could be a minor advance. Might pick up a few SCVs, but this vision game, using the wraith, using the scans. Thank you to Mara. Bleeding Dream's barracks is unfortunately like not. Well, there are Goliaths, so it's difficult to use it at the advantage of having Goliath. Of course, is that you can deny vision.
Well, they have the wraiths though, right? I mean, they can generally pull vision with those.
Yeah, a little bit, but then you have to like be careful and pull back.
Yeah.
Max is a bit, yeah, I suppose. Okay, let's see here. Yeah. Still amassing like more raids here. Or actually making a dropship now. Max, go down. That's nice to deny vision. But look at this reinforcement. Unsiege from Fleeting Dream. Looking to move up a bit further with the raid. Gets a tank there. Focuses the vulture. Now the tank goes down. But now it's going down. Those are so expensive. And DoodleDoodle has vultures on the bottom side of the map. Has those tanks at the 3rd location even. Just seeking to like tie a noose tightly around my Bleeding Dream here. We have a dropship coming out with 3 SCDs actually. Vulture will see that. Very unfortunate for Bleeding Dream. And meanwhile, DoodleDoodle saturating their own 3rd base. Siege up. Takes off a forward tank from DoodleDoodle. Fleeting Dream actually on +1 weapons here, but of course in this matchup it doesn't really. In tank versus tank, it's only +2 that really matters. Need a player with a science facility. I don't think just yet. Gas, of course. Actually, Raid's clearing away the vultures here, but now at the bottom side. But now Goliath's coming in, looking to deny this hidden base shenanigans. Oh, that's just an eBay. Okay, let's see. And some vultures actually got out for Fleeting Dream. This can be very scary. And it's being laid in the center here. The third is protected, but the natural is wide open actually. And so is the main for Dubai.
Yeah, they could get some damage done there. Although there's a constant stream
Yeah,
of Jews
the
coming
rally
out.
will eventually. Yeah.
Yeah, they would be able to clean up anything quickly, and they're
Yeah.
blocking their third really nicely as well.
They are. Now, Bleeding Dream tried to clear the path to their own third, but the tank at the high ground staying alive. See if these vultures can get on top and lay a mine maybe, or at least tank some shots. Here we go. Should be able to clear that now, but Dulai moving down a lot of units to the bottom side of the map. Now, maybe looking to take that position for themselves.
Yeah, this feels like a power play right here. I mean, you're taking the base that Fleeting
Oh.
would perhaps want to
See
take.
the mines now. That's fair. If those were good, then, but no. Okay, but yeah, definitely. If you have a forward position, like if you're confident in keeping that, then you can using the reinforcements, the next rallies to kind of take new positions on the map, just further setting up map presence. Nice. Although my Fleeting Dream did get the third base up, but still way behind in the working counts. Actually doing decent on the factory counts because Life is now going into 3 starports themselves, making grades. Or this might be, yeah.
Yeah, this feels like it's gonna catch Fleeting off guard.
It might try busting through on top of the 4th base location here. Not enough from my Fleeting Dream to hold that, and now, okay, Fleeting Dream coming in now with high ground, being sieged up. I don't think there's just with third tank. 4 players on one. Okay, okay. Good focus targeting there from Fleeting Dream. But with the extra vision there. But of course, CZ's 4 HP can move up. Oh, actually, choosing to siege over. Okay, we'll still be able to clear it. Nice.
Well, the
Behind
raids
it.
are being built and starting to be pooled. There's 9 queued up.
Yeah.
In the 3 starports. It's gonna
This-
catch them off guard. There's really no turrets, I think, to speak of, and 0 Goliaths so far. So once these
Yeah.
come out, they're not gonna have anything to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine that Bleeding Dream right now is just spending all of their gas more or less on tanks to kind of try and catch up in the ground game. And that's when a rate switch like this can be very dangerous. Big mine there gets the 2 tanks at the top. Trying to break this 4th base once again. These mines can orders, one connects, but with the unsieged tanks, things might really be. They hit there. A lot of low HP tanks here, but denies the construction for them. Will force a cancel, or maybe, yeah, just put cancel there. Very nice. Behind this, do like just continuing to macro. Building a further advantage, really. But my Fleeting Dream has fought very nicely for this 4th base, and like recognize that if they get contained there, it's very difficult to get out of this game with a win. So it's really trying to break here, moving up once again, and I don't think that's Emperor Mally though can try and set up a bit further behind. Vultures moving up. Yeah.
All
Do
right,
like
and now
just
the wraiths are finally moving out. All 10 of them. I believe
the-
Cloak was already finished.
I believe so as well. There was control tower. We actually see a Valkyrie from Bleeding Dream. Maybe they saw the raids, but this might not be in time. This is 10 raids. And for all their puny ground DPS, they in these numbers, they kill tanks very, very quickly, SCVs too. And they
Even
can
a
handle a
Valkyrie
single
they can
Valkyrie.
deal with.
Yeah, like in numbers, Valkyries can do well here. It's just a single one. I don't think stands a chance really against this raid count. There we go, making some movement, but this is a lot of time bought to go. Valkyrie goes down, no Goliaths. This might be the cue to, yeah, indeed, do like unsieging at the center here. Might just go for like the killing blow once these raids have done enough softening up. Turrets being built, but picking up the SCVs very nicely. Deny those for as long as possible. Just waiting on another rally maybe before going in. Round army. Meanwhile,
We
the
don't
Raids
even
just-
have any scans ready right at this point.
Yeah,
GG.
GG. The raid switch with the stronger economy. Just Bleeding Dream didn't have any Goliaths, was using all their gas on winning the ground battle, but little did you know it was lost before they found.
The
It
raid
was
switch kind of felt like a way to end the game quickly, because even if you try to just like out macro them, you were probably still in for a long game just because tanks are so hard to kill when they're sieged.
yeah, and maybe Fleeting Dream used a lot of tanks to try and get that fourth base up, but it's like if you're not gonna do that, then well, eventually you're gonna be more and more contained. Maybe they could have pushed through at another path, but I'm just not sure. I think it was a good idea to try and take the fourth because you eventually want to progress your economy, right? But I don't know. Once the two port rate was denied, I want to say like pretty decently, it was a strong position for Blue Life. So again,
Yeah, it's always interesting to see these TVTs when two players use totally different styles.
indeed, this was like a very safe anti one base style from Blue Life with the two
It seemed
factories
like
and the armor.
they just responded perfectly. I mean, they got scans, they got turrets, everything was almost perfectly in time. What was it, 2 SCVs killed or something like that at most? And they
Yeah,
had
maybe.
the second base up. I mean, it was just like, it just felt like it was denied.
Yeah, I mean the Raids got some damage later on the tanks, like with Cloak, but it felt like a good response. Maybe, I mean, yeah, I guess you want both scans and turrets and Goliaths just to, if you feel like, okay, if you're confident in your economy, why not get all of the anti-air counters?
Yeah, so that brings us to our next game, which is going to be a PVT.
Another
Right.
2-0. Damn.
Oh yeah, you're absolutely right. It was another 0-2, this time in favor of Let's Attack.
Yeah. No polypoid just yet. I wonder if we'll get to see it. Hope so.
Yeah, the last cast I did was tier 2, and that was all 2-0s.
Really?
Yeah, we didn't even get to see the last map, Polypoid.
Yeah.
I think that was, yeah, it was 2-0. Tier 2.
Yeah.
So it's been very
Let's
do it.
decisive lately.
So, PVT Moonrai versus Kiko.
Yeah, let's get into it.
Let's
This
see.
is game 1, Moonrai vs Kiko on Good Night. Right, we've got that cool Terra music going. The top left, it's Kiko for Lettuce Attack in the sporting the lettuce color.
Indeed. In the bottom right, in the beige color.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Moonrai for Clan Nom and for 2-pack to Furious. Protoss. So, I believe the Moonrai also plays Terran quite a bit. It might even be their main race. I'm not totally sure, but I have seen Moonrai return.
Yeah,
Also
I thought it was
TVT.
his main race. His main race also, but
Yeah.
I think he plays all three pretty frequently.
Okay, I see. I see. So might be like should be familiar with kind of both what Terran doesn't like. Who's next? Protoss. I would imagine to be a tier 0, you have a pretty good understanding of your own race as well as your opponents if you're playing multiple races. We see the pylon at the front here, and the probe moving out. So this looks like an early gateway, 9
Yeah.
gateway. Looking for that zealot pressure.
Are we likely to see 2 gateways or just one here?
I would be very surprised to see 2 gateways here against Terran.
Okay.
I think the single forward gateway on 9, it can also be on 10. It's like definitely an aggressive open. You can transition it. You have gas here actually, so yeah. I would expect a not too late cybernetic score. Not even like gateway, very fast nexus. Maybe a few zealots, maybe a core, then a nexus, maybe even a second gateway. Let's see. Meanwhile, Kiko just taking their gas. Standard SimCity, more or less. Has the barracks next to the command center. Can micro, beats there against zealots. And will now be sending out their own scouts. Of course, this is cross map, so if they go for the usual M or Z scout, they will scout Moonrise last, which will be unfortunate. But the nice thing is that you can often see the zealot coming in the middle of the map. Of course, that might not be. I'm not sure if that will be the case now, though, since the zealot is so quick and it's at the front. Like if it's an invis that you can catch it. Like, pretty little here, it's gonna go unspotted. Very unfortunate for Kiko.
Well, and we aren't seeing an additional Marine being queued up yet either. We're only seeing the one Marine.
Yeah, well, that's tricky. Maybe like
Okay,
thinking
here
that
comes the second.
they wanted to progress their build maybe a bit and didn't see first scout zealot, didn't see the center zealot now, but now without the added Marine. And also I would imagine you would want a third supply depot really if you see this now without the, especially if you see additional zealots. Let's see now. Pulling some SVs, gets on top with one hit there. Another hit on the Marines. This is tricky, but the SVs can be very useful here to body block, add some extra DPS. The probe goes down, that's very good. Reduces the DPS here. Gets on top of the factory SCV, which is annoying. Vulture can eventually shut this down. There we have the third supply depot, but all in all, I think with this constant Marine production, the
Wow, what a
zealot
defense.
pressure might be held,
Yeah.
although 2 zealots now is the last strong. I did keep the second zealot alive.
So much damage went down on that zealot trying to push up the ramp though,
Kiko
and the
lost
vulture is
nothing.
now out,
Yeah.
so this is
And
denied.
almost nothing. Those zealots got no kills
They
at
got
all.
no SCV kills, no Marine kills,
Yeah.
nothing.
Now the vulture is out. Vulture alone
They're both
with
gonna
Nitro can just clean this up. Very nice, I have to say. Despite not seeing the zealot in the middle there. Very nice hold. Do not lose a single unit.
Yeah, beautiful hold.
And now
look-
behind.
Both CC and Nexus going down almost at the exact same time.
Yeah, and that's like a pretty. I would say that signals a pretty even game if the Nexus and the CC are at a similar time. Ooh, Vulture coming in. Will be able to get into the main action, but is very damaged, so will eventually go down. Sees the second gateway actually before robotics. Sees range spinning. Get it into action, but maybe it's both. Maybe even 2. Very nice control. They're moving it down. 4 kills in total on that Vulture, and I believe that was 2 zealots though, and then 2 probes.
Yeah, it was 2 zealots and 2 probes for sure.
Still very nice damage. It gets the respawn. Knows that it's not like very quick citadel. doesn't have to get an eBay or anything, right? And
Well, they got off a scout as well, and they didn't see a robo. So behind this, they're getting mines.
yeah, mines can. I mean, if you just see gateways and no robo tech, presumably Protoss is going to try to pressure the front, and mines can stop that. Although now, three goons have gotten up here, might catch one vulture. Looks like now the SPs here have a it's in the bunker, so I would take a lot of damage, but we're pulling additional SCVs down, tanking some shots behind this. Very quick third nexus, actually, right behind this. Before robotics. Meanwhile, just going for this goon pressure here. Kiko getting a tank. You see siege mode here. Well, maybe just gonna rely on the fact that there are mines to stop any further reinforcement. Sure. Barely alive, 5 HP could be picked off.
And now 2 forges being put down.
Double forge, so looking for like big upgrade gateway unit energy. First tank is out. Needs to be careful. 3 goons can jump on top of that. Help to repair. Well, I think this pressure will be held eventually. It's just kind of being annoying right now, forcing additional repair, forcing more resources to be spent. Yeah, we have now 3 bases up for Protoss, double forge, spinning with the upgrades, and a citadel actually. No robotics still, even against all these vultures. Wait, are mines? Oh, yeah, no, mines wasn't. Yeah. Now pushing out bold.
Oh,
Just walking
big
into
mines.
nice push out here with the Marines, with the vultures, with the SCVs into the mines, baiting right back in there, and can look to put on some pressure now. 6 goons out though, so depending on the positioning, I think I can hold this. Of course, if some vultures get in, get by, take some nice mines, this could be still scary. Ooh. But they might also get on top of the tank here, very nice. Picking up that tank completely on its own. Pretty much shuts down the push. It's only like vultures that can try to damage them. All the boots go down. Gets a few probes here at the third base. Another mine hit. Let's go down with 1 superior though. And we have more vultures here. They do have speed as well. Keep looking to capitalize on this disorganized kind of game, I think. We have a cannon though at the third, which can shut down the investment for now. Behind this though, see Kiko is ahead in workers. Going into third factory, armory just now, so focusing more units maybe? Like a push of some kind, I'm not totally sure. And right, looking into big gateway energy.
Yeah, it
On
looks
the
like
way.
we're gonna see Templar as well, because the Templar archive just finished, and now we're getting more gateways down.
Indeed. This might be like gateway storm.
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
I
A lot
wonder
of
though,
upgrades.
are they good? Okay, there we go, there's the roam. I was gonna say like, at some point you do want to roam. Sure it costs gas. Eventually you are gonna lose more deeper units into and also not having the scout can be really tricky.
Yeah, I don't see a third CC being built yet anywhere.
Yeah.
We're still on 3 factory, but I think there is maybe an SCV getting ready to put it down. Yeah,
Might-
there it goes.
Yeah, so then I would imagine also a starport. So in not too long, the weapons 1 has been started. When it's at 50%, I would just keep it fast. Gonna look to go into a macro game here. Just for like scouting, being in like very nice vulture mine coverage at the other base. Protoss would love to take. see a
Yeah,
scan
Kiko
here.
really sees everything right now. They just have vision of everything.
Scan the natural, scan the main, I believe. Saw like observatory finishing only now. Might be a bit confused by that, but that's how it is. And now adding an additional factory, adding the starport. Don't think this can't be it. This is going to be looking to secure a third base, either a tree base found or like a four base tree too. I believe. I mean, Protoss will probably look to get a supply lead soon with all these early gateways, and maybe go for some kind of bust. I think we'll go beyond. Does have speed lots done, even +1/+1. So now going for +2/+2, already halfway done. That's very quick for Protoss, I think, in PvT.
Now the observer is out, and finally they can start using those goons to start clearing some of these mines
Very
that
nice.
are littered throughout the map.
Meanwhile, the third base being landed now, but Protoss is out on the map. Let's see. Protoss can go for a bust here. How do you find this map in terms of like trying to attack into Terran? Good night, that is. Like trying to go into the third.
Yeah,
into the natural.
I think it's tough. I think I think the chokes are kind of small. I really feel like you have to either hit early or you've got to wait till you have like Arbiter.
Right.
Which
Same
I don't
time-
think we're going to be seeing that anytime soon from
No. Of course, it's tricky as Terran too if you have to engage into a high ground. Like if
Yeah.
Protoss is, let's say, at 9 o'clock. But yeah, all this architecture around the third might make it a bit more defensible for Terran here.
More circlings.
These goons just clearing mines for now. Buying space, buying time. Maybe looking to take a fourth base. I have to say though, Kiko has been on top of their worker production. Is ahead still, has been ahead for most of the game. Getting to like around 70 workers, which is, I would say, a good worker count where you can go to 4 base and just have the economy that you want as a turn in this match. Getting the science facility, getting the second armor. This is now 7 factories, I believe. Can go up to 9 even, and it has a very strong supply count compared to Protoss, I would say, at this point. Although Protoss has some more army supply.
Yeah, it feels like they're in a good spot here. The fourth for Protoss is finally going down, but this does feel a little late.
A little bit, but maybe this triple forge now even. Maybe the upgrades can make a difference. Like the goons do become quite a bit stronger against tanks, picking them up and so on. Which might be able to play a difference here. Ooh, goons moving up. Big mine hit there, but does clear the way, I suppose.
Oh, and you know what? It looks like maybe we're going to see a pretty quick fifth base.
Yeah, looking to take the second corner. Of course, on a 4-player map, you do eventually want that spot to build gateways in. Have an additional avenue of attack, not being able to be stuck if Terran is able to get on top of you. Do you have a dropship coming out of Kiko here? The left side? One tank in it, maybe looking to siege up on like a micro or something. While moving out some vultures as well, just trying to get back here. Getting their upgrades. They're in 1-1-0, 2-1 on the way, so Protoss actually ahead enough. It's not common to see that.
We still haven't seen this fourth base actually be saturated for Moon yet.
Yeah, but I think now with these vultures being cleared, should be safe to transfer over. This tank being sieged at 5th, but should be cleared out before we can take out the misses. Now, I wonder if Kiko is going to try and move out with the 2-1 tank, or if they're going to wait for all the way for 3-2 and try and secure 4th base. We have a, as I say that, CC goes down at 9 o'clock.
And the first vessel is out as well, and it looks like recall is being upgraded.
Now these units going up to the ramp here, but this is Goons alone countering the break here, but now Ryan knows that there is a position here being set up. I think with their entire army, they could try and stop this fort base from going up. Now, the rally from Kiko moving over. Kiko almost maxed here, but has a lot of SCVs, so the arc supply is not that great actually. 2-1, still not done unfortunately. Kronos looking to move in here. Zealot eating some mines, tanks sieging up. Count is still alive, but this is into high ground against siege tanks. Although now we do get the additional zealots here, 2-1 still not done, and this is at least going to be a lot of tanks being traded away against pure gateway army, which Moonrai is happy to do any day of the week, I think. If they can delay the fourth base here and reset the tank. B-Matrix does go down, big tank shot, full storm on the B-Matrix, should clear it. But even though this might not have been efficient, this forced the fourth base to be lifted and killed a lot of tanks. If you look back at Kiko's base, there's almost no siege tanks left here.
Well, and there were a ton of vultures just sitting there. The vultures needed to be out front.
Ooh, big storm on the SCV line. So, yeah, without the tanks here now, Moonrai can just reinforce, meanwhile getting more bases up. Kind of snowball this game, I feel. It felt like Kiko thought they had a good position, 190 supply and all that, looked good, but just maybe just like a bit too far forward trying to secure the fort. It's difficult though. Also these upgraded gateway units really packing a punch, while the Terran upgrades were still like only just barely finishing. And I think there was a lot of vultures in the Terran army as well, so not like a huge tank, which again got reset, so this is a very tricky position. Trying to get some damage with the vultures.
It felt like they could have held that if they'd had all those vultures back at home, at the natural out in front, and with a few more mines there.
Perhaps, I mean, yeah, you can always have more mines to vultures on hold position. That soak a ton of fun. Goons don't kill vultures very quickly. Here, let's see. Vultures do get in at the 5th base here. We'll get some probe damage. This is what you need to do as Terran to get back into the game. Look at this now, big mine hits on the units coming into defend here. Making the game wild. We even have a dropship now. Into 6 o'clock, there's 3 kills. I'm not sure if it's going to be able to do a lot of damage. I like the idea, you need to try time here as Terran to get back on your feet really and build tanks, resaturate your bases, but still this is a very tricky position, I think. So many bases. Now gateways being what's on the bay, believe, right?
Yeah, you know what? It was plasma shields that was being upgraded.
Oh, okay,
yeah. That was a mistake by me.
No worries, no worries. Okay, let's see now. We have the 4th base trying to be landed again. But still, this is a 50 supply lead for Protoss here. Just
and there's nothing to really stop the 4th from being attacked again. There's nothing over there.
There's what we have, like 8 tanks, 1 more in main on Terran. That's against the really heavily upgraded pure gateway. That's enough. We have 3-2 started for Terran. SCV's moving over, but I think if Moonrai is able to kind of collect their forces here, they can try and go for a bust again. Now here we have it. Once again, Goons Zealots coming in. Don't see any storms, but just these Zealots getting on top of the tanks here in the 3rd. Goons behind. Ooh. Sieging, but Zealots are already on top. Good focus targeting on the Goons. It seems being cold, but this might just be too many speed Zealots here.
Yeah, they really streamed into that small little area real quick.
Yeah, some players put like a depot there in this small area, trying to block off, but then it's just tricky with the Terran army to get time on it. Now the units trying to get into 4th here. B-Matrix on the tank, nice storm. with the storm, with the additional zealots, might be able to break this. Just go for the mineral line, it seems like, for now. Just trying to get eco damage wounds, but it seems like the mine doing a lot of work. There we go. Gateway units can be really strong if they're really upgraded. Just not enough. It's a lot of gateways now. Continuing to pressure into the fourth base here. Zealot still killing SCVs. 8 kills on that Zealot. Worker count almost halved, I would say. And I might just max out once again and just go for what might be the final blow.
They managed to hold, but it feels like there's sort of no win scenario here at this point. They can just Moon can just probably A move and just continue to macro up.
Pretty much. Terran has been reset so many times. There we go. When you like get the zealots in, some of them go down, but now they run in on top of the tanks here. Get in range. Means walking out. GG.
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 Takes game 1.
Yeah, really well played.
Yeah, it's
At one point, it seemed like Terran was doing okay, I think.
I feel like Terran had a comfortable supply for much of it. I feel like just felt like that one bad fight trying to take the fourth base. I mean, it's a common move, I think, if you play TVP on either side. Like Protoss will try to deny the fourth base. Terran struggle in many games to get that fourth base up. Just Moonrise had the army in the position ready to kind of catch Kiko just a little bit off guard, and that I feel like that snowballed the game a lot.
It felt like so much it was just not having those vultures out in front with a few mines. I mean, I think they had enough supply. Even though +2 wasn't done, the +1 was enough. They just needed to have that supply there waiting for the army to hit them. It was just a positioning issue.
It's also a good point that the upgrades were like Protoss upgrades were really strong, while the Terran upgrades were a bit delayed, I guess, by the opener, the early pressure. But like at 14:30 or so, I think it was like Terran was still at 1-0. That's
Yeah.
I mean, it's playable, but it's like a bit unfortunate.
Right.
I would have looked that extra power spike for the fight.
Yeah, even without the vultures there, +2 would have looked different than +1.
Definitely. But now we have either the dream or the nightmare map, depending on who you are. Or I mean, some depending on the player. Like some Terrans like this map, some Protosses don't like this map. Now we have Eclipse, PvP.
Yeah, let's see if we're gonna see a gas steal here.
Yeah, I mean, Protoss can dictate the game so much here early on. But we have seen like top Terrans, or when I say top Terrans, I mean like Light really has been trying so many different strategies, so much weird stuff, combat, like early Protoss gas steal, like 2 racks into expansion, 2 racks 1 base, 2 racks factory. It's just, yeah. Let's see if we're gonna see any of that or just a more normal game. Can't wait.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Game number 2, Moonrise versus Kiko on Eclipse. Alright, we got the good music. We got the Terra music. In the top right, it's Kiko in the magenta.
And in the bottom left, in the teal, we're planning on. We're too fast, too furious. It's Moonrise. So the probes are all still in the base. That's already a tell. Not like, I don't think this will be forward gateway. You might just see like another gateway man kind of game out of Moonrise. I believe he played that way in the semi-final as well. I'm pretty sure, just like relying heavily on gateway units and upgrades. Kiko, I know, often can get very tricky in this matchup, like using drone ships, just finding damage where you wouldn't expect it, maybe. So let's see if we can also see some of that in this game. We do have the probe moving out after pylon, so this might be it. I'm pretty sure this will be a gas steal. Forward supply depot, though. We'll at least see the probe, and might want to wall here, but this probe can be very annoying also, harassing the SCV and trying to deny the barracks. Here, oh, barracks does go down, poking away at the SCV, and already there's an Kiko canceled an SCV and takes the gas on 10 just to make sure they don't get gas stolen.
A lot of SCVs being pulled for that. That was 3 SCVs.
Indeed. And now one is going to go scout. I think this is going to be gateway. No, sorry, not even gateway, just 12 Nexus straight up without the gas steal. Just straight 12 Nexus. And cutting probes, so I guess this is going to be gateway on 12, because really, if Terran gets their gas, and with the first scout here, obviously being a 2-player map, you do have the possibility to read SCV Vulture Rush this 12 Nexus. There's no forge, just okay. Sees the Nexus, doesn't actually go into the main to check if there's a forge going on, just starts a bunker. And what's nice is that this bunker is not in vision of the building Nexus here. This is buildings under construction do have less vision. Kiko knows that and gets the bunker started, but Marine is only now done, moving out. I'm not sure if Moonlight spotted like the factory or the SCVs. Just moving back now, sees one SCV moving up, and this is 6 more SCVs being pulled here. Meanwhile, we have Gateway Core. I have one Zealot coming out, but with the completed bunker here, and now this secondary bunker coming in, I think this Nexus is in a lot of trouble. There's no probe pull just yet. Oh, we saw the SCVs now, but they are already here. We can get into the bunker now. Second bunker is done. Chases Zealot away. Zealot will probably try and get some counter damage, but this Nexus is not long for life, I think. Moonrise getting a second gateway now. Just wanting to get into 2 gates good with range to try and break out. And see if they can get any damage done with the Zealot here, but we do have Marines, we do have an SCV at the ramp. Probably won't be able to do a whole lot. Now, this was quite a few SCVs being pulled and no probes lost, so the worker count is still even. And of course, Protoss has been mining the whole time. But this is an okay position for Terran, I feel like. What do you think in terms of how the Nexus didn't get any?
I'm kind of thinking the opposite. I feel like that was too many SCVs pulled.
Maybe. I think it was a good reaction to not test it, but there's so many SCVs.
Yeah, the factory is only just completing, and we already have 2 gateways. I feel like there's the chance for a lot of pressure. To stop a natural from being taken for Kiko, but I mean, I guess we'll see.
Especially if Moonrise realizes that it's only 1 Marine here in the bunker, it might just go for a run by. Gonna go for like a forward pressure, and we have this Moon here.
About it.
But takes off the Marine, very nice, but 2 Marines even, the third one is also more. SCVs are a good unit. Save that one. Factory's down, so is the machine shop. Probably just gonna go for a tank here, but was only mining with 1 on gas for a while. We have the gas.
Well, we're
What
still
move?
not seeing a tank being queued up.
Yeah, that's focusing on microing, both repairing the bunker at the front and microing against the food. Without the tank here and the bunker eventually. Yeah, now these 3 goons coming out. Bunker not started, no tank. Tank just started, no siege mode started. This might be very deadly counter. So my thought was that like if Kiko was able to get a bunker up behind this and a tank, then taking down the Nexus for free would be nice, but it's looking like it's gonna be very strong pressure now on Moonlight.
Yeah, it's a lot of units out for Moonrise right now.
Yeah.
And the Nexus is now going down, so they're going to have an economic advantage pretty quickly, I think.
I'm not sure if they can break the high ground. Kiko just being
Oh,
conservative, realizing the position he is in, that he wouldn't be able to hold the bunker on the low ground. Just building the CC, getting a second tank, might even get siege mode here. Of course, the goods can try and take pot shots up the ramp even. So he's buying some time, but now all the Marines have gone down. The second tank is out though. Needs to be careful still. 5 goods still out of damage. 5 up there. They were just chipping away at the worker count here. Getting damage while... But yeah, now with 2 tanks here against this goon count, should be able to eventually get down, I believe. Although, actually making the turret there might make the pathing really tricky. Might have to lift the barracks.
we do
Behind
see
this,
the first shuttle about halfway done, as well as a support bay being built.
yeah, so Moonrise just sensing the blood in the water here. Going for the Reaver and the 2 Zealots. There's gonna be 4 Zealots.
8 probes being transferred to the natural.
Kiko even forced to make turrets in the main, respecting the possibility that the shuttle could be outnumbered. This is 4 turrets just in the main here. That's a lot of economy down the drain, really. Shuttle speed on the way, and Reaver. 2 tanks here now. Like going back. Use 1 flat
God.
damage tank. Will
This was
be
not
able
worth
to
it
get-
at all.
Yeah, I got a bit greedy there. Going for the low HP tank. Ended up not taking any of them. Of course, they can be repaired now. But behind this now, taking a 3rd base at a bit of an odd location, but definitely possible. If you have the map control, sort of, which you all this pressure. And of course, with the Reaver now also, just looking to keep it up. Reaver pops. Speed already halfway done, should be about to finish as the shuttle gets into the tech base.
Yeah, I think all that pressure was probably a little too much. I think they could have taken this 3rd base earlier and just used these 5 goons to continue to delay the natural.
Perhaps. No, that was a very nice SCV scout. Wanted to check for the 3rd, doesn't see that, but sees the shuttle at least.
Yeah.
So it's now
Too.
Kiko might get the misread. This is a 2-base play. Actually, there's a hidden 3rd. But let's see now. They will deal with the Reaver. More turrets. Have the 4 turrets here. Another turret by the main base. More turrets in the natural. Have on siege tanks here and a siege tank. Just going straight in with the speed, but into the another turret range. Get ones out, 1 Reaver out, but we'll only get 1 Reaver scared off. Losing a speed shuttle like that with the Reaver, with the 2 Zealots, minimal damage really. But it bought time, and it bought, of course, there's a lot of turrets being planted. In that sense, some damage. Not what you want.
The army count for Kiko is actually a little bit scary right now. There's only 2 gateways, and now going up to a 3rd factory. They maybe have had a chance to push.
maybe they think that, okay, now you wasted your Reaver, you wasted your speed shot, you might have a lot of units. But now adding up 4 gateways, 5th one coming, there's another Reaver. It's really tricky to push against Reaver. I'm not sure. Go for it. Instead starting +1 here, but might go into that same style of 3 factories, armory, starport, command center.
Oh, and one of the SCVs actually being killed that was scouting it. It may have been going to that 5
Bottom
o'clock
right.
base.
Indeed,
Yeah.
indeed. This vulture is out. Like, this SCV hasn't seen it. It sees another Reaper actually, but didn't guess that probe. So now Kiko might be thinking, okay, I'm denying this guy's 3rd base. I'm in a good position.
Yes, for sure.
But also maybe thinks that, okay, this is 2 base for us. How many units do you actually have? You might be only making units, but this is actually pretty good economy bonus, all things considered. Once again, this triple forge. 4 forges from Moonrise. I think I've seen this once before in CPL. Simo, I believe, made 6 forges or something.
4 forges, oh my gosh.
4 forges. Yeah. Well, if one gets killed, well, you have the extra. Okay? He goes down to 5. Vultures do see this 9 o'clock base here. Still doesn't know about the hidden base. And behind this, Kiko getting a science facility. Looking to get into 2-1. Getting a dropship actually. So some of that tricky harassment play maybe.
Yeah, we'll see which direction the dropship goes as well. You know, if it heads towards that 5 o'clock, there's nothing here to defend it. They could get a lot of economic damage done.
Indeed. Oh, as you say that, caster curse can't
Oh.
can't ooh, but vultures get into the main. Who needs drops? You can just run them in. Get some mines down, sees everything. Sees that it's gateway. Units still, no stargates. It's a few probes, but still nice. But now in this game, Moonrise supply count is much more healthy, I feel like, compared to the Terran supply count is not. It's a bit lower.
The dropship is just gonna miss this
Oh,
base, and
really?
you know what? There was only 1 cannon, and they had a position
Yeah.
that they could have unloaded.
Yeah, they had a tank, but barely gonna skirt by without seeing it. Might get into the natural, but there's 2 cannons already in the nap, and 2 more in the main. So I don't think a drop there will do much damage at all. At the counter though, Reaver getting some hits, but let's go down to the tanks here. As Kiko's trying to slowly, but I'm a bit unsure. Is this gonna be like a 2-base 2-1, or is it just a maybe drop gets into main? Tank finds a spot, not in range of the cannons. That's some big hits on the probes. Big damage.
Yep, 5 kills so far,
Yeah,
6 kills.
Might get a few more. Gonna put Kiko in the worker lead here.
Yeah, but you know what? With 4 Nexus right now, I mean, they can just remake probes so quickly.
Definitely.
And we still don't see a 3rd CC, do we?
No, I don't think we do. And also, it's neither a 3rd CC nor like a massive factory flood. There we go. We have the CC being made just now in the main as Kiko is trying to secure this position. Now, of course, it is quite tricky to secure the 3rd here. I think anybody who has watched and played Eclipse can say that. Kiko actually trying to move out a little bit here. With this tank vulture army, 100 supply, against 130. Right, on gateway, Eunice doesn't have a speed cell, it's just yet under a Reaper in position. See if we can catch this one group off guard here. So it's coming in. Reinforcements behind this, some more vultures being caught by the blue reinforcement. And now he has sieged up, but this is a sieging on top of some mines here that can get risky. Oh, kills the mines, very nice. Knows the danger of themselves. We have a shuttle coming in here. Good for Goon actually. A lot of goons going down there. nice fight for Kiko, loading up some zealots now. This is still, I have to say, a quite risky push here. Only 100 supply, but as long as you can pick off stray Taurus units, have some coming in. They do have energy. See some storms. Storm is not done.
Storm is not actually done yet.
Storm is not done. Archon morph, but that means all the goons go down here, and now it's equal supply. That's very good there. Behind this macroing up, third CC floating over. Those archons go down. That was a lot of storms not being able to be used. Sieging up. Will get some mines.
Huge mine hits.
Yeah, it's a big hit, but it's the tanks are still alive, and now this is a tricky position. Need super speed zones, I think. Might not have the gateway cap. I was maybe trying to do too much.
I think we're looking at potentially a switch because we see +1 air weapons being served.
We are, but we also see Arbiter Tribunal here. That's a lot of like tech, you know?
Yeah.
And with the groups of goons being caught off guard, like one by one control group at a time, it's not like Kiko was able to take a very efficient fight there with this push and busted this fourth base. Well, maybe Kiko thinks it's a third, maybe Kiko realizes there's a hidden base somewhere at this point, but still very nice to bust that. The question though is, sieging up here, will Moonrise find an opening somewhere else in the map? Will this something more shuttle buffers? Now moving up, trying to clear some mines. Oops. See another zealot bomb coming in. Nice, gets one tank and a vulture. And one more tank. Very nice zealot shuttle here. Forcing some more tanks back. I think eventually Kiko can, Moonrise can take back the fourth. The question is it efficient to be worth it when you're instead taking bottom right yourself?
Yeah, they don't really need to take it back that badly yet if they can get the fourth base established and they can stay safe on it.
This though, Kiko knows bringing two tanks over here, has the vision, can siege up. This is forcing the issue. Ooh, big probe transfer.
A lot of probes being transferred at the same time.
Big hits on the probes there. Moonrise perfect count plummeting. Who's coming in though, looking to clear this out. Mines, slowing it down, letting tanks get some nice hits off. These hard weapons to upgraded tanks. So they'll trade quite efficiently, but eventually Next is saved here. Behind us actually vultures got into the base here. The dudes can't get in with a pylon wall. Very nice dropship play from Kiko, I have to say, in this game. Really getting like the room to make the game weird.
The economic damage is starting to really pile up. We're now down to 33 probes and 58 SCVs.
It is. And these goons at the top here are not able to get up, not able to stop the third base. Kiko just continuing to macro. Needs to transfer probes, SCVs from the main shuttle coming in, looking to break this fourth once again. This Terran forward position. Terran being very efficient. These tanks have had a lot of kills. Eventually do go down. And Kiko's supply is just way ahead. Very nice position. I need to take care. Although with so many nexuses you can just get time, get some arbiters, get more probes. Maybe they have a shot, maybe a good recall. There's no real recall defense here, but I think Terran is in a good position here.
A lot of army moving down to get ready to deny this 5th and 6th base. 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock.
Yeah. And just these small groups of goons can't fight weapons 2 mech. Even have weapons 3 on the way here. Almost done even. That's going to be such a strong Terran army. Who needs armor upgrades? We just base on the way. We have one arbiter done with energy. I don't know if recall is done just yet, or there's upgrade. If you don't have the economy, the units, then arbiters alone, they're a very good unit, but it might not be enough. Now, vultures once again trying to deny this base. Should clear them out. The 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock base now. Not long for life, I think.
Yeah, and with it, even a few probes being taken out again.
Yeah, you can't, like, Moonrise still producing probes from his remaining nexuses, just trying to really being mineral starved here. As you can see, 1k gas, 170 minerals. You just can't sustain like a late game bonus gateway this low week. Really
Well, and a
tricky.
stone's throw is the other base that is still providing probably most of the resources.
Yeah, the natural is almost minded. Transferring some probes away from it. If that gets caught once again, oh, it's going to go to a mainland, so it's safer now. Now this other bottom base being chipped away at. See if Moonlight tries to hold it, or is just gonna leave it and wait for the army. Using all the probes, it seems like.
Yeah, this base had so many probes.
Indeed. Arbiter coming in, maybe he was waiting for stasis. Does have energy, might go for a recall even on top here. I'm not sure what yeah, it goes for the recall. It's all Dragoons, few Zealots. Will clear this out. It saves the Nexus though. Very nice. But still lost, I think like 20 probes there. And look at those tanks at the other base here. As long as they have vision, they can just probably. Can they hit that forge, you think?
They already killed one of the forges. I don't think they
Yeah.
could. They hit the other one.
Maybe not. Maybe they can kill some.
Yeah, the probes would have to be rallied to basically where that forge was.
Right. More vulture damage. Okay, Arbiter spots it. Big mine hits though on these focus units. And now, behind this, back at home, Terran has like set up a recall because third has a vessel pulling to go for the EMP. Making it for CC now. Is mined out only on one base mining. So if Focus gets their economy, I mean it's gonna be two base, heavily saturated two base against one base Terran maybe, and with arbiters being out with energy, this can still be a possibility for Protoss here. But if Terran can get this fourth base up with this huge mech army, with the good upgrades, it might be very, very tough. I think Protoss needs to find like a good timing before Terran gets the fourth up and like catch the army out of position or something. Keep just playing methodically, just keeping it in a ball, realizing that this army can deal with pretty much anything Protoss has at this point. Protoss don't have the economy for like surprise carriers either. So just being calm and collected.
We do see quite a few arbiters out.
Yeah, that's
So with the right stasis and the right clumping, they
yeah,
could potentially take a good engage.
that's the Protoss kind of win condition here. I feel like is getting that one big fight as Terran's economy is beginning to dry up.
They
We've had a
also
lot of vessels here.
they're also just getting 3-3.
Indeed, indeed. Getting the armor now. Weapon is of course like weapon is like the good. Oh yeah, Protoss is also getting 3-3.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Protoss is
Yeah.
just about finished with 3-3.
Yeah, that can be very good too. Let's see, this is gonna be the mini game of like, do we get stasis or do we get EMP? This Terran army this would be really juicy stasis, but of course we do have the vessels here. But EMP is a bit tricky to cast. Like it's a projectile and it's also
Well, we have one full energy arbiter and then another with 130. So
yeah,
like,
three
and
stasis.
also there's a shuttle that has 2 Templar. I mean, they could get some serious damage done and reset the
Oh,
tank.
one goes down, one other, very nice. Looking to push through this kind of what would usually be the fourth base here. Goons being caught off guard, being sieged up. Oh, very nice EMP on the other arm. We have more EMPs ready. Very nice so far from Kiko, just like methodical play.
Yeah, playing it very safe, pushing forward
See,
slowly.
seeing Protoss units out of position, seeing the Arbiters going for the EMP before like moving in with a big pump. Now we have this other group of tanks behind, preventing a flank. This is a very tricky position to flank, and I would say once you have it set up, Protoss looking to move out instead through this like upper middle. Maybe trying to go for a counter, but we have some tanks at the back. For Terran, some mines. See, we're doing on the energy. We have one Arbiter here with 200 energy. Vessels moving over. Looking to defend.
We're pushing up
So,
the high ground.
big EMP on the units once more, and on the Templar. The
Well, the
Arbiter not
Arbiter's
actually.
staying out of the fight completely.
Yeah, well, there are vessels to attack, but not going. Okay, let's see. Going for the stasis now, maybe. That's still more units being picked up. Oh, that's gonna be a huge stasis, I believe, or maybe a recall. That's a. Oh, that was not the move. That was not the recall. A small group of goons on top, and then also more goons going down on the low ground. Can't help but feel like that could have been 2 stasises. Maybe like one stasis on the big tank pump, and then one on vessel or another tank pump.
Yeah, they could have potentially gotten 8 or 10 tanks stasis
Yeah.
there. And you know
Either
what? There
that
were a
or
lot of tanks that weren't even in the battle. So they
indeed
potentially could have stopped that fourth base.
maybe, or maybe if you're gonna go for a recall, like recalling zealots is going to
Right.
be a good move there, because one thing is that they're cheaper in terms of that you're gonna suicide mines anything, just like being efficient. Fighting
Oh,
next.
great
Big
storms though.
though.
Huge
Oh
storms.
my god, that's a huge storm. Storm doesn't care about upgrades.
Oh,
But
but the
big EMP
vessel
now.
using EMP.
Bit late, but still, maybe there was some stasis on, kind of blocking the tanks here. Another big EMP. Vultures now coming in though, picking off the Templar. And this might still just be too many tanks. Even though quite a few went down for Storm, a lot of damage, but this is still a lot of tanks here. We do have another Arbiter and another Protoss army trying to move through this top middle. Just trying to take the bottom right once again. Terran on top of it. Let's see. Will we have another recall here? We have the fourth. That's now 190. D-Matrix, mostly. No MT. Okay, stasis on the 2 tanks. Will get into the worker line here. Really hurt the eco here. Terran will be mining 2 bases, really. First the worker pull. But, let's see. Arbiter. Stasis once more. Meanwhile,
There's just
the
not
Terran
enough
army,
fighting
though,
units for Moon
the
though.
Terran army, though, it's just too big. Supply.
Yeah,
Terran
82
tank.
supply lead.
Tank count is still there, basically, even though a lot of the storm. Sure, you have arbiters, but economy to have the muscle, I feel like, just to deal with this thing. Some nice storms at the bottom right. The shuttle, trying to break this, trying to keep the Nexus alive here. Nice stasis. Now, third, normal third, being busted. GG.
Circling
Kiko.
reinforcements arriving.
Very nice
GG.
game here.
Yeah,
Very nice.
very strong from Kiko.
Very methodical, sort of like, okay, dealt with the 12 Nexus, and then was forced back by the early pressure.
Delivering
But
additional
once the
circlings
Reaver
now.
didn't really get any damage done, it felt like Kiko had the momentum to just have that push out, take a good fight or two, and deny the Protoss big economy from the last game. So that takes us to 1-1 and a third game at Polypoid.
Yeah, finally we're gonna see Polypoid for the first time in this cast.
Let's go. The map that probably everybody has played the most should have should feel comfortable on and feel prepared for, and it's gonna come down to it.
I think a lot of that game goes back to Moon trying to push up with those 5 goons against the 2 tanks. You know, I think they could have just decided to get the Nexus down, even take a 3rd Nexus behind that if they wanted to, and just continue to deny that base for another minute or 2 or 3.
Maybe.
Yeah,
and also the Reaver, like it's a threat of its own. Just having it sort of threatens any Terran out. Just kind of sending that in, unfortunately, into a lot of turrets, which was kind of what Kiko was hoping.
Well, yeah, and if you force those turrets too, then you know you've already sort of done some economic damage. You don't necessarily have to then go get more economic damage.
Yeah, or you can like bank for a second shuttle, or you can pick away at like the Terran move out, because it's true. Like I'm sure we've all seen those games where Protoss just sits in an arc outside the Terran natural on Eclipse with goons, with the Reavers, and just like picking away, making life a real pain.
And
Whereas
by the way,
here,
can I just say that Kiko is really good defensive micro, like pulling units away as those goons were going up. There was one siege tank that was 1 shot away from dying, and I think they followed it for like 8 seconds. The goons just followed it around and couldn't get that last shot off. So
indeed, also in the first game, I mean, and when with the Marines against the Zealot, I mean, yeah, it was cross spawn, but still not losing it. Any Marine, I believe, there to the Zealots. Very nicely done so far in like those micro situations, using the drops. Using the drop ships very well, I have to say, in this game especially, got the room to do so maybe, rather than in the first game. It didn't really get much damage done, but in this game really showed a lot of drop ship strength.
yeah, let's see how it goes on Polypoids, the 3rd map.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Let's get it started.
Let's do it.
Moonrise versus Kiko. TVT on Polypoids. Get the Protoss music this time. Moonrise in the bottom left.
And in the top left, it's Kiko. Deciders match. Let's go. So, close positions here. See if that's gonna impact the game. Maybe we'll see like a 2-base push due to that. Maybe we'll just see the same kind of playstyle Kiko that we saw in game 1, game 2. Just the 3 factories, the upgrades, the command center, the starport, maybe a quicker command center, maybe a slower CC. Let's see. And also from Moonrise, it's gonna be the forward gate. Doesn't look like it. I got in the main. Now, if you've gone to game 3 and you're trying to be tricky in game 2, I want to say that like going Nexus first is a bit being tricky, and then that kind of goon bust. If that failed, how do you guys like feel about the 3rd game in the series? Do you still want to do like a kind of build aiming to throw somebody off, or do you just want to default back to like macro play, or do you guys think?
For me, in a best of 3, I usually try to do one game as something pretty cheesy, and then the other one's pretty standard.
Right.
That's usually what I'm pulling out. But
so if the cheesy game was the loss, cheesy relatively, it's not the total cheese, obviously.
I never cheese twice in a row.
Okay.
I don't think it ever happens.
It's good to know.
Yeah. Well, if it doesn't work, I don't cheese twice in a row. I think if it works, then, you know, I think this season I did a cannon rush, and then I did a 5-gate or a 4-gate goon all in against Desert.
Yeah.
But they both work, so like I was hyped up about it. But if it didn't work, then no, I'm just gonna play standard. I'm gonna get my forge. I'm gonna defend and go out
Yeah.
with a big push.
There are some
First,
people who literally just four-pool all day long.
but also
I'm
there's
not
like the
not naming
mental
any
of,
names, but
but there's like the mental of if the cheese failed, then like your opponent thinks surely this guy won't try a cheese
Right.
once again, 'cause, like, and then that's when it works. But for now, just very standard. Just got the first scout, which is always nice. Being annoying. Couldn't get a gas steal. Wasn't in time for that. But just making the Terran honest, move around a bit, bring an SUV out. And behind is just a very normal boot range opening. Same for Terran. Looks like one factory expansion. So now the goon pops out, SCV knows the timing, will be able to get out, we'll probably try and get a rescout. Meanwhile, we have 3 Marines. Doesn't. Okay, I think he could. Goes for the bunker actually, just playing safe, since the goon is kind of moving towards the Terran. Not choosing to go for the CC before the bunker. Instead, actually moving some of the Marines out, knowing that one goon is busy chasing, might pick up a probe here. We're just looking to catch a second goon off guard. And just picking up. We'll be able to get a vulture out, which is very nice.
Okay, there's a probe that's already being sent to the 6 o'clock. Are we gonna see just a super fast third nexus?
We might do that. I feel like Moonrise has taken relatively quick thirds in both of their games so far. Especially game 1. Game 2, of course, was a bit more tricky with the 12 Nexus bust, but game 1 was a very early third base, I believe. Who knows? But now there's no Dragoon here. Dragoon barely not popped, and the Vulture gets in, gets the pole scout, and we'll be able to get a few probes at least here. This is so annoying. Nice pylon behind the mid to prevent like constant runaround, but still. This is gonna be
5 kills.
5 kills. That's huge damage.
That's a lot.
And also sees that there's no robotics here. There's no second gateway, so might be thinking, okay, is there a proxy? Is there like a proxy robo, or CDT or something? Or is it the third nexus? I'm not sure like what Kiko thinks, but I would be more scared of like proxy right now. Moving an SCV, maybe looking for but instead it's just this really quick third base. And behind this we have just a second factory, before any eBay, before any armory, looking to put some pressure on some mines here against DTs or goons. Maybe this 2 factory can put on a lot of pressure here against the early third base. 1 gateway.
Yeah, still just 1 gateway.
No robotics. No second gateway. No.
Well, Kiko sneaking out the vulture and the probe, so maybe, or in the SCV, so maybe they can figure out what this is.
Yeah, been very diligent about scouting so far in this series. This tank now out, trying to poke away at the goons, but has to be careful. Ooh, gets the tank, but for 2 goons, I would not say it's worth it, especially if you're only on 1 gateway protection.
And the vulture moving to the 6 o'clock, and there's nothing here to defend, and there won't be for a long time.
Yeah.
More economic damage being done to Moon.
Indeed, all the goons up at the front, forcing a full probe pull. Only 1 kill, but now the mine there, no any goon is gonna take that mine hit, probably denying mining. Very nicely done, punishing that early third base. The goon is coming in. It's a full HP one, so it will tank the mine. This secondary mine here might still be tricky. Second. Push the vulture away. Let's see. These probes are coming in now. The goon is in the mineral line. I'm so scared right now. These probes. So scared, but maybe it won't. Behind us, though, Kiko, third factory, moving out with 2 tanks.
Ooh.
And did the goon get out? It looks like it did. Yeah. So now.
Well, there's 3 gateways now, and there's quite a few goons coming out, so I don't know if
Yeah.
this push can really do that much.
I'm a bit confused about the direction. Maybe hope to like chase goons, I suppose.
Or
Yeah,
maybe
it
just
looks-
completely hidden? Are they going for the third? Perhaps they're going
Could
for
be.
the 6 o'clock.
Could be. The goons are spread out right now, and these mines at the mineral only are kind of like blocking the path. Reinforcements from the natural, so this could be a very nice push into the third. Although we have 2 goons here and 1 more at the center. Okay, this one will go down to mines from very low. Only 1 goon left, I think. Okay, 3 goons get through here. Now, if these units can get on top of the high ground here, they can at least do a ton of damage. Again, forcing the work to fall. 3 workers go down. Maybe some mines can again stop the goons from defending this. But behind there's a lot of gates. Right. Here we go, goons trying to come in. We have a mine here against 2 goons. Marines coming up. Tanking a lot of fire while the tank's chipping away. 4 goons now. Okay. Very nice target. Kiko picking up 1 goon at a time. And sure, the vultures go down. People mind using vultures for 2 goons like that and denying the third. Observer. These vultures now. Just poking at the net. Leaving the tanks here to pick up the third base. Maybe Moonrise feels like, okay, this third. Vultures get in, they see all the gateways, they see a citadel. More probe damage. Most of the goons are at the front. This delays the push further. If they wanted to go for like a bust or something. Now there's siege mode. 4 factories. Yeah. With this third nexus down, I wonder like, is there really a play left besides trying to go for like
Yeah, I wonder if they should have taken these siege tanks home and tried to save them.
well, there are mines here. Let's see.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, no observer, no observer. Oh. Okay. Okay, the goons do get on top, but I think they traded about as efficiently as they could for being up there. Maybe they were in the mineral line. Even better, but yeah, I'm not sure. Because if you move them back, then like they can get picked off mid-map too. It's easy to see
Yeah.
without any, with all the missions. Those are valuable units, of course.
The third CC is about halfway done, and we don't have a third Nexus right now, so this is
Yeah.
looking pretty tough.
I think this is just has to be a big bust from us here. We have 6 gateways. Terran doesn't have a lot of tanks now. Only on 5 tanks really. 6 just finished. So depending on how this third base move out goes, we can decide. Oh, we have the dropship on 6 keep on. Can't. It's always
Loving
gotta
that.
be a drop. Natural right now. Just tank and 2 vultures. See if Kronos sees it. Really out of vision, I believe.
Kind of an odd path to take.
Maybe expecting that there would be a pylon at 9 o'clock. Maybe hoping to go for. Oh, but maybe these goons will catch it? It's a long goons. Some of them need mines here. But yeah, and now this Terran army trying to push out here, goons trying to pick up any stray tanks, but taking a great trade just yet. Where did the dropship go? It land.
It's at the bottom, right? It's almost
it-
at 6 o'clock.
Yeah, indeed. There's actually a siege tank at the bottom right as well. Like if just looking for like any hidden base or setting one up for himself. Right now, skirting up to 12, maybe looking for any base there. Has some units at the middle only too. Might look to flank the Terran army.
Yeah, so I think we're getting ready for a bust because we see a lot of zealots being made and zealot speed. Legs just finished.
Indeed. But this is equal supply. Terran and Protoss, so of course if there's no mines in place, if tanks are out of position, these zealots can't bust.
Zealots just took a big mine hit, so the shields are all
Yeah.
gone.
And all these goons at the top here are not really in position to start the bust just yet. They need to kind of actually going to top right, really looking for like a hidden base in here. Oh, moving out to the middle, but there are vultures. Kiko must feel like, okay, Kiko has spotters at pretty much every single base now that Protoss could have taken. Sees now this army coming up to clearance. And if Terran can get 3 bases up against 2 base Protoss and survive, I think it's a wonderful position to be in.
Well, the Arbitral Tribunal is just finishing up, so maybe we're going to see. I mean, we must be seeing a.
Yeah.
I guess it's stasis? What's it going to be, though?
Maybe you have to go stasis here to just survive.
Yeah, probably.
Although,
We have seen that play where they recall on top of the army a few times.
We have, that's true. Sure yet. It's gonna be.
There it is. Stasis.
Yeah. Already turn upgrades doing okay. We have weapons 2 on the way. Second army being built just now, actually. So it's gonna be a bit behind on the armor again. Where's the first? There it is. Weapons 2 should be done in like the next minute. It's gonna be a big power spike.
Yeah, it seems like that's going to be finished before a timing for an attack happens for Moon as well. So
Yeah.
they're going to get that power spike, unlike they didn't have it, in the second game, or maybe that was the first game where they got attacked.
Yeah, the first game, right? Yeah. This Arbiter won't be out in time with Stasis energy if Terran chooses to go for a push. But Terran doesn't have to go for a push either. EMP on the way now. Terran can go for a 4th base, but I think this might be a 3 base 2-1. These weapons 2 push, especially since it's close positions.
Well, it's 8 factories.
Yeah,
Vessels are on their way out.
pretty good counts. You might want 9. It's tricky with SimCity and so. The gas, there's no 3rd gas just yet. Meanwhile, I mean, compared to the gateway count, without the second main, Moonrise doesn't really have the gateway count to contest all these factories. I feel like, sure, Moonrise can max out, but it's going to be the remaxing. It's going to take so long with this delayed eco, like the gateways.
Nice little denial at the 12 o'clock.
Yeah, you have to do that. Like if you just make, it's so annoying for Terran to get those bases denied as you're trying to do SCVs over. So
It seems like at this point Moon is actually trying to take this game long, because they're denying bases, they're taking their 4th.
Arbiter is out, but also Kiko has started weapons tree, so just should feels confident in that, starts to forge CC, so doesn't mind taking this to a long game, seems like. And we'll probably try and trade out more and more vultures while staying alive and build up more and more tanks, get that Doom army of big weapons tree monk with bottom right tank. or kill something, actually.
Well, with 2 vessels out and almost 200, I think we might be getting ready for a move out. A couple tanks
Yeah,
unsieged, yeah. Now
actually
everybody
moving out. Yeah, just going out with the map.
now. And a lot of units are out of position, so they're going to be able to get halfway there, maybe.
Yeah, there's like one group at a time moving over, but this Terran army can set up here. I'm not sure if the Arbiters have much energy at all here. Getting some nice pot shots. Where is the Arbiter actually? Should yeah.
It's in the middle. It's
Yeah,
just at 100, so it's
there it
got
is.
1 stasis available.
Indeed. And two, yeah, 2 EMPs. Now it's going to be the mic. Can you scan stasis into EMPs? The vultures being bled off. Back. Maybe Moonrise looking to do a counter here. Maybe trying to deny this fourth thing. There are some mines here. There's some tanks siege on the high ground. Walks up here instead, being annoying, like just taking out these turrets, taking out SCVs, just dividing Kiko's attention while slowly building up their own economy, building up arbiter energy. But Kiko is not having it. Kiko is on sieges now. Most of the units step a bit further forward, knows that the Moonrise army is split up, and gets a good fight, takes out one group of units to the left here. More coming in from the right. Arbiter coming in, has 150 energy. Vessels are ready to get back soft build. There is a new reinforcement. See what Kikoju's doing here. Well, imagine mining up the flank and trying to push a bit further forward. Also
Yep,
has a CC
unsieging
coming
now. Moving forward again.
Also has a CC coming to 9 o'clock, so can kind of expand along with the push. But now Moonrise looking for the flank. Terran is unsieged, but runs into some mines here. Gives Terran time to siege up. Has some bolters quick. Vessels coming up, looking for the EMP perhaps. There is almost full energy. Really shame to get that EMP. Doesn't have that many arbiters really. Ooh, vessel goes down, but doesn't get an EMP on the arm. Another vessel though, trying its hand. Ooh, arbiter coming in. Could be a recall. It's a lot of units here though. And okay, recall gets off, but that's a lot of units, a lot of money. And all
Just
in all,
denied immediately.
yeah, denied immediately. Kiko 40 supply up.
And moving on to the third high ground.
Yeah, that was not the recall. Kiko sensing the blood. Moving, trying to come from the back, flank, taking the tanks, but taking a lot of damage as the zealots are kind of moving in. And this is just too much. Terran mech set up in a good position in like a bit of a high ground. Another arbiter doesn't have energy for recall just yet. Does have a stasis, but there's just not a lot of ground army. There's no second main to build gateway centers.
A lot of the army was disjointed for Moon as well. Not all of it was sent at the same time. It got there at different times.
It was. It also got recalled some of it and didn't have the gateway count to rebuild it.
GG.
And Kiko takes it. GG. Well played.
Yeah, very well played.
Nicely done. Knowing kind of how to slowly move. Of course, it is easier with the close positions, less avenues to attack. Always. Kiko.
Kiko taking it back?
Yeah. So that leaves us with Let Us Attack now. With a 2-1 lead, I believe.
Yeah, and before we get into Panda versus Jedi, maybe we should take a quick break. We've been on air for almost 3 hours.
Indeed.
I actually didn't notice it's been almost 3 hours, but yeah. Good
Yeah.
to just get up and stretch and maybe get something to drink.
Yeah, get something to drink, you guys as well, watching, I'm sure.
Yeah.
This is quite the night so far, and there's still more to come, still big names here. Really looking forward to the rest of the games. So,
Yes.
how about 10 minutes?
Yeah, well, let's do 5 minutes. Or do
Okay.
you want 10 minutes?
I'm good with 5.
Yeah,
So at
yeah.
50. At 50 then.
All right. Well, we'll be
Okay.
back in a few minutes then.
Yep.
Let's
See you
say
around.
a little over 5 minutes then. Enough time to stretch and get something to drink, make tea and stuff like that. All right then, we'll be back in a little bit. Alright, welcome back everyone. So, as mentioned, our next game is gonna be Pandor vs Jedi. Pandor, very strong Terran. As you mentioned before, he practices a lot with Doodle. You know, Doodle is a fantastic Protoss opponent to practice PvT with, of course.
Yeah, from what I've heard, kind of, in the Too Fact, Too Furious team, it's like a ton of games between those two throughout the season and before, maybe before as well, or at least this season at least, they have played a lot. And of course, if you have an opponent to practice with who is unbeaten, who has a clean record so far in the CPL, then that's gonna help you too, Panther. No slouch, but also Jedi 1, definitely one of the top players in CPL. I believe especially in the last season was like one of the absolutely top players of tier 0. Very strong cross player. And I'm looking forward to see if what they have to offer, both of them. If there's going to be, I have like an idea of how Pandor often likes to play. I want to see if he's going to stick to that style. He often does racks expand. Let's see if he does that, or if he's going to do factory. But I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, very high level matching coming. Sorry to cut you off. Go ahead.
I said, let's do it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah,
No
you're absolutely right. Let's do it. Let's get into it. So, Pandor versus Jedi 1 on Good Night. This is game 1. Alright, in the top left, we've got Jedi 1. Now representing the Ash Clan, not the SR. 4 letters attack.
Yeah. And in bottom right, we have Pandor. No clan. Now, for Too Fact, Too Furious. Now, we don't have top versus bottom here, so I think we should just stick to these colors, even if they are a bit tricky, but it's fine. It's not a mirror match.
They are a bit unusual colors, aren't they?
A little bit.
This gray. I don't see this gray very often, I feel.
No. I know Pandor in his series against me, he always picked like this pale yellow, but I'm not totally confident on like if he has a set color always or not. But oh well. So cross positions. Good night. 4-player map. It might be just the usual macro play, might be like an aggressive opener. We still don't know. Do you have any thoughts on like Jedi 1's playstyle? Because I'm not as familiar with him as I am with Pandor. Is there any like preferences in this matchup?
I haven't seen Jedi play at all, so I have no idea. Dada, do you know?
Yeah, I don't really understand the matchup enough, I feel, to make a really qualified statement about that with Jedi.
Yeah, but it looks like we are gonna see this. What I thought it was gonna be from Pandor. Once again, the ranks expand, ranks in the natural. Now sending out the SCV won't get the first scout, so then we'll probably put down a second depot before the command center. Meanwhile, also Jedi 1 not getting the first scout, but now going for this 2 pylon before gas. This is going to be a very quick zealot. Yeah, there's the gas. So this might be multiple zealot pressure, or just one zealot into very quick for a nexus.
Well, perhaps a bit unlucky for Jedi with the cross spawn then.
Indeed. Oh, and actually, yeah, Pandor actually just puts down the command center. Shows how much I know about Terran, I guess. Just puts it down. He needs a second depot. And it's just gonna have a very nice economy here, although they will not see Jedi 1 for quite a while. Going for the end scout, also the zealots taking maybe a bit of a tricky path to like dodge an SCV, but it's gonna get here. And now it's gonna be a micro battle here. Second The second depot should be done though. Can continue making Marines, but this is a bit of a cut in unit production here, where Pandor is stuck with not a lot of units against this Zealot pressure.
Yeah, nothing quick to pull either.
Yeah, this is multiple Zealots, okay? Targeting the Zealot, but the SCV goes down already. Bunker SCV. Now can kite, of course, behind the depot, but now just going for the SCV, delaying the CC, pulls a few more SCVs here. Probe goes down, very nice. You want that block. Yeah, very nice SCV block there. And sure, that's 2 SCVs down, that's annoying, but...
Yeah, with the faster CC, it doesn't feel like that big of a deal.
Yeah, I mean, Protoss has to do damage here.
Oh, the second Zealot going down, really not getting that much damage done.
But still, Jedi 1 is ahead in workers now. Of course, Pandor can, that's a bit because Pandor was supply blocked with the 1818 build.
Yeah.
And Pandor can't catch up on the workers with the faster command center, but it was like decent stab, decent for Protoss. I mean, it could have been a lot worse.
It felt like the body blocking with the SCVs was just near perfect.
Yeah, it was really good in that sense. And considering with that good body block to still get two kills with the second Zealot, that was like, okay. It went from a really bad situation for us to like an okay-ish one, I think. But
And now Pandor putting down 2 factories at the same time.
Yeah, you have the gas kind of like each the factory is delayed, of course, but Pandor also knows this was a lot of Zealots. The Protoss tech is quite a bit later. There's not going to be like very quick range Dragoons. Ooh, but actually there is another tech in the Protoss main here. We have a Citadel. I'm a Citadel. This is Citadel with range though, so it's not like the fastest DPs possible. Maybe a Terran doesn't expect it. The thing is though, quite common to go Academy. 2 factories and then Academy and then Armory.
Yeah, we're already seeing the Academy being made.
Yeah, this Rax FP build. So let's see now. I think these scanners should be on time. Actually, Citadel archives not being placed. Okay, there it is. Okay. Unless Pandor is like greedy in terms of wanting extra SCVs and cutting scanners, I think the DT shouldn't be able to do a ton. There's a robo though, but will it be in time for DT drop? Post DT drop is the idea here.
Even with the engineering bay only just going down, I would imagine that they'll have enough time to build a turret before a DT could get there.
Yeah, you do want, with this academy first, you do want an engineering bay pretty quickly afterwards to like can't only rely on scan, especially if it's going to be DT drop. You will need both multiple sources of like handling it.
The DT only just being started and the engineering bay finishing up already.
Yeah, walk-in DT. Yeah, not even going for it. Going for the shuttle. Where did the DT go? Go at the third location here, looking to take a third. Scans the natural. Sees observatory pretty late. That might be like a tell that, okay, something is weird here. Why is your observatory only coming out? Is it gonna be this Weaver? Is it DT? And Pandor now sees this third base, or rather the pylons. Takes up a gun at the front, just with a small move out here. 1 tank, a lot of vultures. Also Academy Armory, so this is like a macro, not a timing kind of a...
2 DTs and a Zealot being loaded up into the shuttle.
Yeah, the Zealot, even if you know that DTs are... This is still packs a real force. This still packs a punch, and the Zealot only has...
And really Pandor going for an on-site third.
Yeah, Pandor maybe thinking this is like fast third, fast distributor, which you can go onside third against. But now, if let's say this DT bait, but there's quite a lot of scans. Okay.
Yeah, there's 3
And goes
scans.
down.
Well, 2 now.
Oh, one actually went down. So archives. That's actually a bit rough now. Does Pan? Did they see it? Okay. Jedi 1 sees it now. Third base. Will they drop off here or will they do one DT? Gets there before. Oh, pick up. Is able to pick up both DTs with the shuttle down. That forced one scan out. We do have one more and one ready in 10 seconds. Now, two DTs coming in can kill a turret very quickly. The shuttle does go down though, and there's another scan. All in all, I mean, the main damage here, I feel like, was the delay on the third base. And then you killed one turret in the main. That's not a ton for a shuttle, two DTs, and the delay it puts on everything else. But now the question is, can the goons alone do enough here? This is just one tank. For now, more tanks coming up. 10 goons, I believe? Yeah, okay, coming in now. Let's fire a bit. Now focuses the siege ball, but that choke was so tough. So good for the Terran. And while some tanks go down, what's his fourth attack? Now Terran has the third base up. Very early.
Yeah, this is fast. The last game, Kiko, I feel like the earliest third we saw was like 12 minutes or something.
Yeah, Kiko played with a slower third base compared to Pandor's style. Going for more units early on, it felt like the pressure here. Pandor just saw the opportunity to get him even further ahead in the economy. Now, Jedi 1 trying to take the fourth base behind us. Actually didn't take a base at 9 o'clock. Instead took it at 12. It has the pylons there, so that might be a fifth base later on then. And now, just going gateways, I would imagine would want to get into Arbiter at some point, because we have most of the tech already, as for us, after DT. And this is,
Wow.
I think this is an okay map for Arbiter play.
Pandor is already starting the 4th CC.
Yeah. I mean, Pandor has been scanning, has seen that, okay, this is not a lot of gateways, this is 4 bases, and if Protoss is kind of just, yeah, counts the natural amount of CCP units, but if Protoss is just trying to power after like a not very successful early DP, that's a lot of tech. If you feel confident and it's cross map, I guess you can just have this fourth command set and then add all your factories and then just huge.
Yeah, nice probe count and SAV count for both players.
Definitely. Notice, okay, there we go. +2 started for Pandor, so it's gonna be like a 13 something, maybe just before 14 minutes, maybe +2. But instead, if you have that fourth base, and
Moving up to 7 factories as well.
Vultures coming in here, catching the probes, catching a few at least, denying mine. This is the Pandor special, sort of. If it's not going to be drop, it's at least going to be vultures all across the map while macroing it. Just kind of building up, finding damage. Now looking at the tanks here, looking to take this fourth on open ground against goons. Can take a decent fight here, lake mines against the flank. Some goons are going down here. Jedi 1 microing back very nicely. Takes off quite a few vultures without losing too many goons here. Puts them in a nice supply lead for now. But behind it, I just wonder, okay, we have a pit next now, but it's still just gateways. And it's going to be a pretty dangerous upgrade Terran there in a few minutes, I feel like.
The gateway count still kind of feels low as well for just about being on 5 bases.
Yeah. DT drop really sets back your gateway, early gateway. Suppose there's also no Stargate, and that's what gateway counts. This might be tricky if it's going to go into like a long macro game. You see a probe now moving over to the top right. It is crucial, I think, if you are going to play a long game, but to get the second main, ooh, Vulture is on its way. Actually, doesn't spot it. But there's the mine there.
Yeah, the mine will get the denial for now.
Yeah, we'll probably alert the Vulture to hey. Sneaky, sneaky.
A lot of mines out in front.
Yeah.
High ground taken by Pandora. I mean, everything feels impregnable right now.
Yeah, and don't have that depot, but just the mine coverage here is very nice, and using the high ground as well to cover the fourth for a bit. Knows that there's, I'm presuming knows that there's no Stargate, so no only now starting some turrets, but doesn't really have heavy recall defense, but doesn't need it yet. Instead, Jedi one trying to go for first here is maxed out, trying to go for the third. Some Zealots get on top of the mines, but a lot of them just go down to Vultures. Now Zealots being dropped from the shuttle, but mostly this is just Vultures being traded. Now a few tanks going down, with the tanks and the reinforcements coming in from the high ground. All the Zealots have been picked off now, and now the Goons, yeah, this is the correct move. If all the Zealots have been picked off without breaking the Terran, the Goons need to get back. You need to keep 4 Goons on in 2 groups, just to have an army to kind of deal with Vultures later on. Very nice.
How many tanks went down here though?
Maybe 2?
It only felt like a few.
Yeah, I think like the ones closest to the command center, like those 2 went down, I believe, but mostly it was just Vultures. And Vultures build very quickly. This gives Terran more time to get upgrades, more tanks, more time to move around Vultures on the map. This second main was denied by the Vultures, so still no additional gateway flood. Taking this mineral only, which is nice for the income. Jedi 1 won't have the gateway count here, I feel like, especially with no Stargate just yet. This is still looking good for Panther, I believe.
Yeah, we still only see 11 gateways, and I think we're at 10 factories, which is it's not the ratio you need.
Yeah, there we go. There's the Stargate. Let's try and get an arbiter here. Ooh, picking off some Vultures. It's nice. You need to deny these. But still, this is just more and more time where there's no second main. While Andor is kind of just building another command center, has the upgrade spinning finally for the 3-2. This might be like an 18-minute or something, 3-2, or maybe even a bit before. That's very scary off of this many factories. Ooh, finds the mineral only. 2 cannons there, but still. You get some Vultures, you get some probes, you trade your Vultures, that's more tanks later on. If you're sure you're not going to die, that's just... You're always going to take that trade as Terran. You're maxed still at home. You have Vessel. You have a ton of mines. Even more command centers coming. Ooh, we have a Storm drop though, at the mineral only. 4 Templar being dropped to get loaded up. Ooh. That's big storms. That's 11 kills on the Templar. That's nice. Templar storm. As he's coming back, even more kills. Also a storm on the tank, but the tank will clean this up. But maybe that was like 15, 16 SCVs killed. Now Jedi 1 with a big worker lead here. That's definitely good damage. The question is though, this army is still so scary from Terran.
Well, you know, with the position that Pandora has right now, they're not really even getting that many more SCVs. They replace some of that with just more army, more tanks.
Yeah, in a way that's true. That's going to be more Vultures, more tanks. Remaking some SCVs though. That does want some more mining. Maybe wants to be at like 60, 60. But now moving out here actually. 3-2 almost done, I believe. Yeah. Oh, sieges up. That was trying to get on top. Gets on top of several tanks. EMP on the unit. D-Matrix going down and almost forced back. that's not the engagement you want. It's too narrow a funnel. That choke. That's the nice thing of this map is Terran. You can find those narrow chokes. You can take good fights. Still doesn't have an orbiter. And case a nice storm on the tank clump there. Another one. People should go down, but all the Protoss army is just evaporating here. 2-2 is down, 3-2 should be down. Even then, some zealots get on top though. That was nice zealots, but all the goons are just gone. And there's no more gateways at the second main.
Yeah,
just
this was not
enough.
enough gateways, and the
Yeah.
bank is huge. I mean, they had the ability to
6,000 in the bank.
but the bank's just too big because there's not
Yeah.
enough gateways.
Like, yeah, Pandora scanning top right. Sees there's nothing there. Knows there's nothing at bottom left. And then now Protoss just can't remake all the units to deal with this Terran push, chipping away at the remaining bases. Gonna try and move probes over to like mineral only at the right side, but I just don't see how. Maybe Protoss can get like 1 or 2 more rounds units, and then there's going to be one more fight. But after that, I just think that Protoss doesn't have any push. Okay, you have 180 against 157 here. Just moving out on the map a bit, looking for any straggler units to take out. But that's just leaving Terran with good to lay more mines, bring their rally over, and there are tanks here at the mineral only. So I don't think this group of Greeks can do anything. Yeah. Now Vulture's coming in, looking for the surround, looking for the mine hunt. Let's see, will we get the big ice cream splat? We got some. Meanwhile, the next have been taken out. Zealots coming in now though, trying to get on top of the tanks, but a lot of them go down actually before they can get up top. Still, some tanks go down here. And the supply count is actually even now. Yeah, all of those tanks didn't have any vulture support. The Zealots got on top, now this group of dudes, but they took out 2 bases here.
Yeah, a couple Nexuses going up and just finishing recently, but it was a lot of economic damage. Now they have a huge bank, but even then they still can't really spend it that quickly.
Yeah,
They're only on 11 gateways, and Pandora is on 12 factories.
Indeed. I'm a bit worried though about the tank count. It's only like 12, 13 tanks here, which can be enough, maybe with enough mines. It's just you're gated by your machine shop, right? Terran, and you're on 4 shop, which is pretty good. It takes losing so many tanks is never a good thing, even if it's for 2 days. Now, sieging has been only. Protoss will be down to 1 base mining, which has a big bank. Now, trying to go in for an engage here. Do we have stasis? We don't have stasis just yet. 10 energy off. Ooh, and the Arbiter gets picked up anyway, and now all this Protoss ground can't do anything.
Vulture's coming in just at the right time too.
Yeah, tanking and picking up the settlements. That was really unfortunate. Like just a few seconds off of having the stasis. Wanting to defend the Nexus, of course, but it goes down either way. And now sieging up for the 12 o'clock, just methodically. Now, sure, you have another rally of Zealots with big probe transfer. 9 o'clock is back online. Now there's no stasis available, I believe. Yeah, the is 50% down. Haven't seen any recall. I mean, I don't think you can afford to recall units to like counterattack here. You're just kind of don't have enough army to defend if you do that. Even then.
Well, and a lot of these positions are pretty well fortified too. I mean, there's turrets everywhere. Almost every single base has tons of mines.
Yeah, maybe like the main, but even the main is pretty well defended. Like maybe if you got really far in. Yeah.
And there's also stuff coming out of the main quickly. Like I feel like they would, unless it was a huge recall, they would deal with that pretty quickly.
But then it's a huge recall. The main dies for Protoss. Okay, now going for this counterattack instead, which is nice. delays Terran, forces on siege, but still, I mean, it alleviates some pressure, but still, Terran is killing bases here. Well, stasis only now being started. It wasn't even researched, unfortunately, during the previous turn. These goons trading well against the vultures here. Forced to kill the CC, actually. Very nice. Now, can't take those big mine hits. And now the tanks are here. This army is sandwiched, basically. It's not really getting back live. It's just gonna have to take as efficient of a fight as it can. Yeah, slowly being pulled back by some time. This big mech army, even losing those 12 tanks earlier, has rebuilt really and is almost maxed out again. Power of so many factories. Once again, going for the 9 o'clock. Leaving a few tanks and some mines to prevent the counter. Ooh, big storm on the vultures though! But the ground units coming in can't do a whole lot in this terrain here. We have an arbiter. Okay, there we go. Huge stasis. We have this shuttle storm. Once again on the vultures. Oh, almost down. Nice stasis there, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. One more tempo coming up. Doesn't have energy just yet. Will get picked up. Very unfortunate. And just Terran Eco is still really big behind us, even if Mineral only was killed. Has mid right. Has bottom. And it's just chipping away here. The chrono space. Some more arbiters. Nice storm. Soldiers. Were those EMP? Those arbiters? One was maybe. But yeah. Now going through this bank, not a lot left.
There's so few probes at this point as well.
Yeah. Now spent all of his remaining money. He's at about 100 supply. Not only a tiny bit of mining. Terran's still maxed. This is going to be one last fight, maybe, if even, where he tries to defend this top right position some way, and depending on what Terran scouts ahead, might just go for like a full-on attack on them. Of course, arbiters can be tricky still. Just a lot of vessels though. Scanning ahead, looking for EMPs. There we go. Vessel moving up. Nice here. Wait, how did that miss the armor? It hit the Templar, but that somehow missed the armor. I have no idea. It's enough. It's enough, Terran. GG, well played.
GG.
Can't believe that last EMP missed the armor, but nevertheless, just Jedi 1 had the money, but just wasn't able to get up the second gateway location. Andor was able to deny that, while Jedi 1 was trying to bust in, trying to bit unsuccessfully. Even if they kept the goons alive, they just didn't have the additional gateways on time. And then also the Arbiter tech was kind of like, okay, yeah, the bust failed, now I'm gonna try Arbiter, but I didn't have enough gateways either. Meanwhile, Andor had such an economic build. It's insane.
Yeah, I mean that fourth base was I think up before, what was it, like 14 minutes or something that the fourth base was up and running. I mean, it was so fast and so
maybe even
economic.
a bit earlier. It was, yeah, and
maybe.
the on location third, the DT drop doing minimal damage really for all the investment in it.
Yeah.
Just when you have that much of a eco lead, TVP can look like that. But of course, very nicely done with the Vulture being everywhere on the map, knowing that you have the ability to be greedy. Just because many Terrans will kind of still default to playing overly safe, maybe. Because, okay, there's shuttles and so on. But Cameron knew that he could be economical and did it very nicely.
Yeah, very convincing win by Pandor.
Of course, now Jedi, it's difficult to say. If DT drop had done more, that game can easily snowball. in the Protoss favor. If Terran is a bit too greedy there, DT drop does a lot, then the Goods come in, pick up all the tanks, can turn completely the other way. So I think this second game can still go to either player easily. It's just a high variance kind of game that we had earlier.
Yeah, you can tell that Jedi is also just mechanically a very gifted player.
Yeah, I mean, the Goon micro was really nice at some points, and like just the game idea was there. It just didn't work out, and it's no to Terran. But now we're on Eclipse. Might be a quite different game, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, let's get into it. This is game number 2, Pandor versus Jedi 1 on Eclipse. Alright, in the top right corner, it's Pandor. Early up 1-0 against... Oh, you might say it.
Yeah, and in the bottom left, it's Jedi 1 in the beloved, at least for me, purple Protoss. Let us attack. Down 1-0 on Eclipse. Now it's like, maybe in his head, I don't know Jedi 1 too well, but maybe he's thinking, okay, do I do the Eclipse shenanigans, or do I just play a very standard game? Maybe he has a prepared build for Eclipse for 2-player maps specifically. Jedi 1 can kind of dictate a bit the pace of the game here, since it is a 2-player map. We do see the forward, Pylon, and the probe moving out, so this should be a gas steal.
I'd be a little scared to try too much shenanigans against Pandora after feeling like it got shut down so well last game.
Definitely, that's also a feeling, but maybe it's a bit with the map too, though. Like,
right,
you're Protoss on Eclipse. Are you really just gonna do gate gas for like 23 Nexus or something? I mean, it can definitely be very good, but choosing here to go for the early scout barracks in the main. Of course, if it is proxy, it's nice to have it there, and or just gonna let it be a gas steal. Just a very early gas. Okay, not that early, but this is no gateway behind it. This is gonna be what the Moonrai attempted, I believe, but with the Nexus first. Now with the gas. Definitely like a trendy build. You see it a lot, both on ladder and like high level play, both on streams and ASL and so on. You can have either like a Nexus then Gateway, or even a Nexus Forge. A lot of variation here. Also, how Terran responds to it.
I think the first time I saw this actually was in ASL. I think it was Light versus Noob, and Noob did. I think he did a gas steal into Nexus first.
Yeah,
very strong.
I think I've seen Ruin also do it early on, but now it's like every team does this. Maybe not Rain, well, he doesn't play that much, but like Fest, Snow, Mini, they will all do this kind of build. You do see a Gateway and a Gas following this, and Pandor's SCV Scout, decently quick. Let's see if he chooses to just place down a CC. He hasn't placed down a second Rax yet, which I think he would do even earlier if he wanted to pressure it. So instead, it's just going to be a command center. It's going to be delayed, and of course the gas steal will delay the factory. But even then, you can try and put some pressure on just by moving it over, forcing us to respect you. And Jedi 1 very nicely has the probe in the path here, sees the Marine coming, will know that this is going to be some pressure, is already pulling a few probes. And this is even like an attempted bunker here. But Jedi 1 on top of this knows what's up, and this is just going to be cancelled later on. And Pandor is going to try and micro and pick up a few SCVs, a few probes out. Let's see if he gets one here. Nice pullback. Gets one. Just buying time. Wait, there's no Zealot actually, so this, yeah, just went for a good first. So without the Zealot, this pressure can continue here. Oops, getting on top, gets one Marine, and get the second one. Doesn't have a drill location, but can move. Yeah, very nice. Gets both probes, gets the bunker cancel, and even without the Zealot is able to hold, but did lose a few probes there. Is behind on the workers. And Pandor's command center is done here. So I think that was a very nice response by Pandor, all in all. Now, behind this, we do see a factory, no second packs, no academy, anything like that. Just range from Probas. See if this is going to be Reaver or Gateway, or can still be anything. We see the two factories once again. So I wonder if this is going to be like a... This time, if it's going to be like a timing attack. There's CC. SCB looking for a third base. Sees a goon there. Doesn't see a Nexus, but maybe. Would you like assume that there's a Nexus there? There's gonna be a quick Nexus if you saw a goon like that? Or do you think it's
I would
bait?
think that it's maybe being cleared for it,
Yeah,
but it's hard to say for sure.
yeah. I mean, a vulture will be late, of course, here. Machine shop only now being done. This might just be tanks.
Well, and it's double machine shop as well, right?
Yeah, I think this is gonna be like a tank move out. We don't see any. Don't see any armory. We see an academy. Two ones. And Jedi one still just on like one gate. Robotics second gate now. Probably against drop. Yeah, and this is double tag collection, so this might be like a tank move out to try and put some pressure on.
Well, and a few more Marines being made, right? So is this one of those like 5 tank move outs?
Yeah, or 3 tanks even. Now, I think Jedi 1 should be able to see that Marines are being produced if they are paying attention there and like we get that read that this is probably going to be a push of some kind. Still just on 2 gateways. Going into the Reaver though after Observer. Might be like Shuttle, Observer, Reaver, which is pretty common. Like, it's not too greedy, but you do still get the Observer Scout, but you still also have decently quick Reaver.
But it looks like we're seeing 4 tanks.
4
and
tanks.
Behind this, a lot of vultures with vulture upgrades.
Indeed, and like 6 Marines. Scans ahead. Sees the support bay, knows that it's Reaver. Sees the 2 gateways as well. I think this can still do pretty well in the window. Well, depends really. Once the Reaver is out, this does become like a matter of control. Jedi 1 doesn't really know, is worried about drop really, has these spotter pylons everywhere. Pandora does like the dropship play, but now with the goon, seeing all the tanks, should know what's up. Needs to get into a position here with an arc of some kind to maybe catch the tanks off guard. Ooh, vultures here in the middle, taking off a probe. That's another risk, like if you fight the tank army, we'll get a tank picked off here, does get separated from his friends. Now the question is, can the vultures get him behind this maybe and get some damage done? Place of mines, chasing the tanks further, pull back, gets on top of the high ground, and now very nicely builds an extra pylon just to wall against vultures. Can cancel that. Weaver is out. Ooh, it gets on top of all of these tanks.
Wow.
4 tank push, held very nicely, and also held the vulture, but no big mine hits. I have to say that could have gone so differently if the tanks don't get split up like that, or if there's no pylon and no Reaver to kind of deal with vultures in the natural. That's a situation which can just snowball out of control. But instead, Jedi deals with it very well. Now taking a quick base. Andrew does see it though, but just doesn't really have timing to deal with it. Instead, throwing down their own command center.
Yeah, I think I like this from Jedi. They're really not probably feeling too threatened right now, so I think taking that fourth is a great idea.
Definitely. You got the gas steal, you got the early nexus. Sure, you took a bit of damage, but then you held the big, well, it's not an all-in, definitely not, but it's like you held the pressure, I want to say expertly, for this level at least, like minimal damage taken. Now, one issue is that the third isn't saturated yet. These vultures have kind of been denying that, but at the same time, that means that the probes haven't been lost either during a transfer. We saw a bit of in the previous game. Keeping those alive now will eventually clear the vultures out, get the third base up, get the fourth base up, and meanwhile Pandor just forced into like trying to play a macro game here, which of course he is very good at, so he could still. It's not a situation which I think he's too worried about, but unfortunately. Now a Reaver actually at the natural first turret. This is slow shuttle, I believe. Yeah, just one Reaver. There's no tank here. Ooh. Gets a Scarab on the SCVs, gets a few more. Very nice, just finding that damage. Ooh, it's like 6, 7. Didn't see the count there, but I think like 6 or 7 SCVs went down. Very nice. Jedi one. But yet, it's like an even worker count. And now Pandor moving over the third base. See if he can secure it here. Always tricky on Eclipse, but with this low supply from Terran, I'm a bit worried, honestly, about trying to take this. But it is a few tanks. It's all goons so far, no zealots. Maybe Jedi can't go for bust just yet. They're just gonna power up. Now, moving up with the goons here. Ooh, big tank hits. Oof. And the third gets up, it seems like. The question is, are like the follow-up Zealots, Reavers gonna be able to bust this, or will this game transition into even more of a macro game?
I think it's gonna have to transition. I mean, with the vultures in front and this many tanks, I don't think the goons can do that much. I really think you'd need zealots.
Yeah, I think you would want. Okay, we have a Reaver and a Goon here actually, but there are 2 turrets, and speed isn't gone just yet. It will deny that, harass. And actually, I think there's a dropship being made for Terran here. So looking to get some counter pressure on. While the Protoss units are mostly up at the front. We have cannons coming up though. That's the fourth. More Reavers. So just go leaning into this gateway Reaver, maybe Storm later on. Kind of style, very trendy. Jedi 1. And there we have a tank being loaded up. Some vultures moving out. Shuttle sees it. Shuttle with 2 Reavers. Didn't see the dropship though. Yeah, the drops intercept one another. Good game sense maybe from both. Knowing where the other player would be.
Maybe getting ready for a double Reaver drop as well.
Yeah, I mean, 2 Reavers can take out Infinity Vultures, namely. Unless there's the most lucky mind hit ever. But denies the probe from taking the base. There slows down Jedi 1's economy just a bit. That. Yeah, it's still just this gateway storm style, looks like, from Jedi 1. While Pandor 2-1 should be done in the next minute or so. As not the same factor, not as good of a factor count as last game. Of course, the economy is not there. Pictures, links on mines. Oh, and this double tank drop actually. at the 9 o'clock, forces the probe pull, and who's gonna go for cannon here. Gonna force maybe, oh, and even more vultures coming in. 2 Reavers coming in as a counter drop, but I'm not sure if 2 Reavers can deal with. Okay, unsieging, very nice, very nice. Still, these scarabs do a lot of damage here. Microing with the tank though against the scarab, like it's PvP. Tank Reaver, my problem here is whoever like if the tank unloads first. Okay, uses the probe to bait the tank shot, but then loads the tank up again. Oh, there we go. The tank shot is a bit quicker. Wow. Oh, and gets a nice hit on the probe. 14 kills on that tank before that. That was some Hypnos plays. I have to say, with the tank against Reaver. Dropship shuttle. Like, very nice, very nice. Now behind this, what do we have here? We have a second robotics actually from Jedi. Double Forge, second robo. This like snow mini kind of style almost. Just gonna have a lot of gateways, have a lot of shuttles, a lot of storm, a lot of reavers. Meanwhile, Pandora 3-2. Okay, armor 2 has been started. We'll start 3-2 shortly. Taking off some vultures here, very nice. Using Boon Ops to kind of get value, clear vultures, clear mines. Don't feed any zealots into the mines. Very nicely done. And hopefully get this bottom right base up as well as the top left base, because Pandora has missed that huge, nice storm drop at the top at 12 o'clock, but a lot of the SCVs escaped with red health. Good dodge.
Well, and the SCV count is kind of giant right now, especially
It
for only
is.
3 bases. I mean,
It
74, 73 is
some
a
goose
ton.
now being added to the tank mid right away. These SCVs can now transfer over. You don't want a lot more SCVs for this. Goose trying to pick up some vultures to straggler mines. Can't engage that though. Need to be patient here. Need to keep on playing with the drops, get more bases. You're choosing to do this double robo style. It's very technical. It's very tricky, but it's really it's difficult to engage into an attacking, into a defensive position, attacking in that style.
I think I'm just realizing, are these zealots still slow?
Oh, I believe they are. Unfortunately, of course, shuttles don't care about that. But yeah, these zealots. Yeah, there we go. Zealot.
I think they upgrade.
That's so unfortunate. We've all had those games where you just pick yourself picks. At like the middle of the game or at the late game.
Well, Tribunal is almost done. You know,
But
I
wait,
still
what?
feel like we're missing some gates here. There still feel like
Yeah.
not enough gates.
It's tricky on Eclipse though. Look at this though. We have the Corsair. This is Mini. This guy has been watching Mini. Using the Corsair, and it's gonna try and tank for the shuttles. Because the turrets will target the Corsairs first. Vultures here. We're actually sacking some SCVs, realizing Andor has plenty of supplies, sending the SCVs in like it's a TVT. And also these vultures will get the Nexus open. Very nice. It cancels the other Nexus. These vultures delaying the eco even further. And now Andor can just make tanks instead. And Goliaths. Just a stronger army, like pure fighting in the end. I want to see these Corsairs do something. Like, I don't see too many shuttles though, unfortunately.
Well, it's on the move now, headed north.
Yeah, but just on its own, you need shuttles.
Yeah.
You need tanks. Now just Pandora pulling the trigger here.
Actually, Disruption Web is now being researched.
Oh, it is. It is. Ooh, I see, but not gonna be done. The ground fight here. actually Zealots get on top of some of the tanks here, but this is like the amount of Terran where you can just fight unsieged. And both players with big banks, but Jedi 1 just doesn't have the gateway count, as you said, to reinforcements. Of course, it is the map that it's hampering.
Yeah, it's a little tough, but you can still fit like 18 gates in this.
You can,
main.
but like, if that 4 is like a bit in the way and so on, like now just this Terran army knows that it's out for blood, has denied the base so many times. There we have the D-Web though, on the tank clump. Very nice. Some Storm as well. Does kind of delay the turn a little bit, and this Courser actually going for the vessel might pick it up. Not now. There's an Arbiter out. This is a lot of exposed tanks. The cells can get on top here. Big Storm on the tanks, actually. Very nice. Courser goes down though, unfortunately. We're still alive. Does have energy. Jedi 1 actually holds the onslaught. Forces Pandora back a bit. We have another shuttle here looking for a drop, maybe. Still, you do eventually want these additional bases. With this style, you really need a big economy to deal with 3-2 terror if you haven't killed them already. And now Terran even looking to take the 5th base here at the top with the double gas. I think if Terran gets that, very tricky position without a lot of recall or without carriers. You have the tech for it, of course.
It's being scouted, but I mean, it's a long ways to get there. The units
Yeah,
aren't really in position, and there's a big minefield to go through.
Well, it's difficult. It's also really difficult just to move a gateway army, kind of, if Terran is fully established. It's just these narrow chokes, these narrow pathways. Now Terran moving through the top lane. Very typical kind of pushing that for Terran here. Looking to put up mines in between the 3rd and neutral.
Jedi has no vision of this as well. There's no observers. There's nothing that's peeking over. And a giant army moving down.
Pandora scanning ahead very nicely. Knows where Jedi got the mines tucked in the flank. Up, chipping away at the nexus. Nice CMP on the arbiters. Still, nice Storm on the vultures mostly. All in all, this is Zealots coming in from the top. Zealots can get on top. Maybe Jedi want to still break this. Do we have any more storms? Don't. Lots of boots going down, but the storms have been very nice, and I think Pandora barely will be able to maintain this position. Meanwhile, sending some tanks down to the bottom,
now.
Looking to clear out the other mining bases here. And that was close, but a clutch EMP there, and maybe just a bit too much terror, and bonus economy just a bit too weak. Gateway count's not there, and these bases are under attack. Coming in though, at the bottom right, will save the Nexus, but that leaves an opening for the left side to be reinforced here. More mines. Whatever being picked up. Scanning ahead, the Nexus should go down, and that leaves Protoss with only really 2 mining bases. Meanwhile, Terran.
Well, and holding this 9 o'clock position, even if they let the 4 and 5 o'clock completely mine out, they've taken the 11. They have enough money to out-sustain.
Yeah, and they also have the worker counts to rebuild. Jedi 1 now has spent their pen and will really spend. It's mostly Zealot, the existing Zealot temple. There's just not a lot of minerals for them. Really needed the kind of natural 4th base location and the other bottom right base quicker. And Pandora was able to deny that. And now it's a 200 supply army once again. Jedi 1 here trying to clear out this forward position. Be able to do so, but that leaves Pandora with them to move out with a lot of the army towards the bottom right once again. Put pressure on the remaining mining bases while still defending the 4th base. The 5th base is a bit open, but there's a lot of mines around it. Difficult to get to without recall. Now Pandora is sieged up here. Arbiter coming in. Let's see, 150 energy. We have some storm as well. see that we get a big stasis, we get a huge stasis on the vessel, on the tanks. We get a storm as well on 2 tanks. This is about as good of a fight as you can get, really, coming down that path. Man, with all the zealots, all the stasis, all the storm, will clear out and save the base once again. But is it just going to be too much Terran economy here? Meanwhile, the 9 o'clock still hasn't been retaken. Let's see, Terran
Pandor
moving
has
over
gone
some
up to
units.
14 factories at this point.
Wow, wow. Terran trying to reinforce these stasis units, but they do come out. Big storm on top of all of them. Maybe the vessel gets out. No, it does not. But I mean, even now, Pandora 50 supply ahead. Now just moving down the middle. No, you can't move up. You can't move up. Just with pure goop, there's no way. KSL is now trying to have big storm on the vultures though. Very nice. Goop can't get up really. Bought some time. Still mining. I think this is just a matter of collecting everything and like Pandor doesn't have to play too quickly here. There's no carriers coming, there's no eco. You can just focus on taking good fights.
Yeah, they're mining on more bases than Jedi is right now.
Yeah. Now sieging up this very nice location to siege up on, limiting the surface area. Not enough energy. Good EMP there. Another EMP on the army. The units streaming in. Nice storm, but it's only on the vultures. The tanks all alive. Roots all going down. More storms going down, and now these bases are not long alive. Jedi supply has plummeted. A few more storms, but now the Templar are also being picked up. 100 supply lead for Terran. This is looking very. I think we'll see a GG shortly. The entire goes down. A few more units at the neutral. I don't see how Jedi can scrape this one to get this point.
No, third of the supply.
Yeah, probes going down. Jedi 1 probably trying to muster some forces, probably thinking, okay, where did this go? What's gonna happen? Of course, does have. If he's out now, that means he is out, so maybe doesn't want to leave it. It's the finals. Trying to clear the mines at this 4th location here, which have been here for a long time without like any ground support. Taking the Nexus. Might try and take a Nexus here again, but I mean, there's 9 probes, there's no way. GG.
GG.
Wow.
Wow, GG.
The level is just, it's for CPL, this is really like, yeah, I'm impressed. I'm really impressed with how Jedi 1 tried to do the very, very Korean style, I want to say, like in terms of trying to do the double robo, the shuttle observer reaver, the kind of the gas steel nexus, just trying to play very much to the kind of cutting edge of PvT, but wasn't quite able to get the economy to make that build really work maybe. And Pandor was able to hold off the harassment and had just a very strong economy, even though it wasn't the super early 4th base. Oh.
We didn't really see the Reavers get too much damage, did we?
Not a huge amount. They played. I guess they played some part in like picking up stray vultures. Oh, there was one Reaver drop at the natural, which got like 7 kills, I think, or something.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that was good. That was good damage, definitely. But it's just. It's
More
tricky style. Of course, if it pays off, if you get that one big money scarab, then okay, you might just win the game. But
yeah, and it was really fun to watch that micro with the tank versus the micro with the Reaver.
that was. I hope somebody clipped that. Maybe go back and clip that. That was really intense. That was like, okay, is this a ASL PvP I'm watching, or
yeah, that was one of the highlights right there.
At least, is it like Bonnet and Terror or a Gypsy or like some of these? There were some great moments in that game. But it leaves us with a 2-0 for Pandor.
Yeah, and we are 2-2 in matches right now.
Yeah, very close, very close. Actually, yeah, this can go
Well,
either way now.
Let's get into it. Let's see who takes it.
So versus Grast.
Yeah, another
TVP.
TVP. So let's see how these guys are gonna approach the game. If it's gonna be different from what we just saw. And,
If we see another series like that, then I have to say CPL players are getting really good.
yeah, we're
And
gonna
I
have to
say
fire
that
them
as like,
from CPL.
yeah,
Like, you guys are
I'm
too
getting
good.
scared.
You can't play in
scared.
CPL anymore.
I'm getting scared.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, let's get into it. So versus Grast PG, and he's in the chat, so see how this goes. Alright, in the top right corner, we've been seeing a lot of magenta, purple this cast. It's Grast for Let's
Lovely
Attack.
color. Lovely color. Purple Protoss. The Patrician choice. And in the bottom right, just as lovely, we have Soul for 2-Factor Furious in the pink turret. So it's close positions. We've seen like both scenarios. We've seen both cross spawn games and close spawn games. Is there anything that like comes to mind as like the big difference in how those games have panned out so far, in your opinion?
Not really. I mean, I feel like for the most part we've seen long games, right? We haven't seen anything.
A lot of macro games. A lot of macro games.
Macro.
Yeah. I know some Terrans like don't enjoy playing cross spawn macro games because then you have the chance for Protoss to take all the other corners and like have infinite recall and so on. When Pandora played cross spawn, it just seemed like he was able to deny all of that. That's just the first game that comes to my mind. We had more games, of course. Well, we had Keek over Samurai, I believe. Also. But yeah, that game, Pandora navigated the cross spawn very like took advantage of it. I would say with the greedy build. Now new game.
Yeah, I felt like Pandora was just able to know when they can take that third and fourth base off of so few units. And I don't know if so much of that just has to do with scouting and knowing what they're doing, but they were at the perfect level of greed each time, it felt like.
I felt so scared for him when it was like a DT, when it was a shuttle, the DT.
Yeah, it seemed scary, but he just held it perfectly.
He did hold it very well. Now, we do have a pretty normal opener from both players so far. Just a factory expand, I think, from Seoul. Has the Sim City against early Zealots. Meanwhile, Grast going for the Gateway Core. No early Zealots. Scouted the center, actually, for a potential barracks. But will now get the first scout on Seoul. We realized it was close positions, actually. Maybe went to the center and like, okay, if I don't get first scouted, I'll try to cross scout, maybe. Maybe that was an idea. Totally confident on that. And this looks all just very standard so far. One SCV on gas. Should be an expansion. Range still on the way. Could be a 1 goon nexus, 2 goon nexus, 3 goons. And 3 Marines now at the front. Let's see if we have a bunker, or if it's just gonna be command center. Ooh, actually that's a second gateway as the SCV goes down.
Yep.
So look into, and a Citadel, so scratch everything I said. At least the Citadel is a bit delayed by, I mean, it's still 2 pylon Citadel, but it's like a tiny bit later than due to the SCB scout, but still, this is scary now. So trying for the rescout, this rescout can be crucial. Like, there's like, if you don't see a Nexus by like 4 minutes 10 or so, then you better drop that eBay is like a general rule of thumb. Maybe 420, but that's maybe a bit cutting it. But now we'll come in here at that timing approximately like 420, and we'll see that there's no Nexus at all here. Just 2 gateways. Wait a second.
Oh my.
SCV gets in. There's no Nexus, but wait a second. This is not. That's a Citadel and another Citadel. Oh no. That's so unfortunate. Like, if you wanted to do the DT, and then you make another Citadel here. As you realized, it's gonna finish. I think that's gonna finish. Oh no. And he's banking. He's not making units. He's like, okay, I got the 300 gas. Press K, but there's nothing here. Goons at the front with rage though. Putting pressure on. Actually pulled an SCV from the command center just to repair that. Needs to pull another SCV. We have siege mode. Templar archives now being started. And yeah, with siege mode done, with the command center done, and with the Nexus only being started, and no DTs, still quite a while. This is a very rough opener.
Well,
just very unfortunate opener.
But now maybe still gonna try to lean into the Templar? And just do a very late Templar, or?
Maybe gonna use that, plus the fact that this was siege mode first, right? So saw that there was no Nexus and went for the early siege mode, knowing that you can try to be greedy and take an early third base, which we see it's only one factory behind all of this. So also went for the eBay, because rightfully so. I mean, there should have been DTs here. But as this stands, if Terran is just going to be on one command center, Robos can easily take a third base here. Maybe just get one or two safety DTs against the push. Maybe try DT drop. But I think this will. I think Protoss will try to just turn this into an economic game, despite being behind.
Yeah, and the third's up is getting up at a decent time. It's not like it's super late, so it still feels totally doable.
It's a good time for 3 bases. It's just natural it's a bit late. Now we have the Zealot here. He's gonna try and tank some shots. No, DT's back. There's 4 ones in there. And another one standing outside. Not sure if saw the DTs. Maybe they think they saw at least the shimmer of it. So instead, just going to use them for map control probably. Maybe then skimp on some army units while getting eco and teching up. But instead here we have, well, this is a lot of tanks actually, just from one factory. Out here with like 6 tanks off of one machine shop. Okay. This is 6 Marines though. It can be pretty strong, I think. But of course, there's no academy here. It's strong if there was no DTs. If there were no DTs, it would be strong. There's no academy here, and the cave boys can pretty much just. They need to. Oh, did they spot it? Well,
they're not noticing
it. He must have seen it. Is he gonna try and run by behind it? You need. Yeah, now the observer sees it. You need to try and use at least one DT to the passive. You can try and use the other DT to the passive.
Seems to just have lost him.
Maybe just like baiting, like making Terran overextend. But now, leading up towards the natural, we have a few goods here. We have more DTs on the way. Not just yet. Now we have one DT coming up. Both DTs now on the way. Bunker going down. but still, now scanners are actually on their way, but DTs have already arrived. Chipping away. Second DT coming in. One scan goes down. One DT goes down, but the second DT gets away. Both scans used. No, only one scan was used. There's one more scan. Second DT coming in. Turret being built, but still this DT is picking up a lot of tanks. Goes down though, but that was one. These 2 tanks going down now. 4 DTs. No scan energy. Turret not done. SCV will be picked up and that forces pushed back. Maybe I'm starting to wonder then, maybe Soul just didn't realize that this was the delayed, really delayed DT. Because if you wouldn't do that kind of push, you would know, okay, yeah, there's no point out here.
Yeah, they had no idea for sure.
Yeah, I thought maybe they would have seen it barely like with the Zealot, but I guess not. Oh, and even gets, wow, that's so frustrating. That's so frustrating. Okay.
And it looks like we have 2 Stargates coming in, so we should be seeing carriers.
Yeah.
Or
so
actually,
here,
no, Disruption Web again being researched.
So is scanning here doesn't see the Stargates, doesn't see a core spinning, and as you say, it's for now it's Disruption Web and actually a lot more gateways. So this might be like the Dragoon Corsair Disruption Web kind of style, which like you see people talk about every once in a while, like, oh, wouldn't it be cool to see Disruption Web being used with to de-web the tanks and then the goons shoot at them, right? And we do see Corsairs being made now. Let's see if Grast can make this work. I haven't seen it a whole lot. I've seen Bonus do it a few times, actually. DT on the map. Goes down to some mines. Vultures are out there. Find a probe. But I don't think Sol has realized just yet what he's up against. And of course, this can also transition into carrier, I'd imagine. Have the third gas being mined. Mindy?
Yeah, this is a lot of tanks.
Yeah, so going for a more has 6 factories, has quite a few tanks, but does have the third CC too. So this is just try and secure the third base here. We'll be able to set up at least. Well, actually going for a bit of a push, I suppose.
Yeah,
It does have the scans against DT, but is D-Web done? I'm not sure if they have energy yet, both Corsairs.
I think D-Web is done, but I don't know if there's energy
125 yet. Energy, but now fighting up the uphill here. We have some speed zealots getting on top of the tanks. Terran traded decently before that, but now still quite a few tanks left. Just fighting on siege, but the zealots not using any splash, and this is a lot of goons still. Just diving in. The siege tanks. Oh, one is alive. It's been unfortunate for Spider, but all the goods go down. Do we have an reinforcement? There's quite a lot of gateways just rallying in. Do we have any more TPTs? Don't think so, but now the Corsairs are getting some time to get energy here. A few seconds, the first 2 D-Webs should be ready. Ooh, nice mines. Forces the push back just a little bit. Buys more time. And the Terran 3rd CC has still not landed behind this. Still just focusing on the push. Another DT is out. Now, I think the Corsairs might be ready. There we have them. Moving up. This wall is a bit tricky for goons to get out of, but they're chipping away. And we do have carriers coming out, actually, it's not the stop. Oh, goons did make it in, but here come the cavalry, here come the Corsairs. D-Web hits 3 tanks. What a tweet, what a D-Web. Perfect value there. forces the unsiege, gives time for the goons to take off the vultures. New siege coming in, but now we have speed zealots coming in, dragging some mines, another DVEP on 3 tanks. Really placing those in the middle to just catch 3 tanks each time. Very nicely done. Of course, the zealots can't attack under the DVEP either, but the goons get time to work. And slowly chipping away at this push. Just a few more tanks left here, a lot of vultures, but I think if these mines can get cleared out, maybe one more DVEP on the 2 tanks. You have an almost full energy force there. Maybe Grast can get out here. Tanks
Well, the
coming in.
carriers are just popping out. We still need interceptors.
Yeah, okay. We have a DVEP on 1 tank here. Yeah, the carriers can't really fight just yet. Don't have any air weapons either.
There's also nothing that can hit, you know, up right now for Terran. So
Yeah, I don't
it's
think
gonna be cleared.
don't think Terran has re-scanned the main to be busy scanning the fighting. Hasn't realized that this is carrier switch, perhaps. And just behind this, with the push kind of now being cleared out, there's not a lot of tanks. Obviously, no Goliaths, as you say. And I think this is a tricky spot here. I mean, this is more and more time to get carriers out. 2 carriers almost have all their interceptors. 4 carriers will be done in like a minute and a half, maybe. And I think Protoss will be in an amazing spot at this initial push.
Yeah, we still just see vultures and tanks being made.
Yeah, going into EMP, probably assuming this is still going to be Arbiter play. I mean, EMP is nice against the Corsairs because you stack them on. If you EMP all of them, they can't really use their DMAP. But it's not really what you want to spend gas on against carriers. At least you want Goliaths first. I mean, EMP can be nice, but Goliaths here at some point. Meanwhile, we're still on 3 base at least, but it is 3 gas bases, which is enough for carriers. 2 Stargate.
Yeah, their main is mining out right now.
Yeah, so we'll probably try and get the mineral only, I would imagine. Maybe 3 o'clock, maybe, but that's so close to Terran. Terran also about to mine. Now scanning everywhere, sees the carriers. They knew the fleet beacon must have. Can probably assume it's carriers beacon. As they are coming in to, yeah, there they. No Goliaths at all.
There's still no reaction for Goliaths. Okay, now there's a reaction.
Yeah, no turrets, no Terran booster. Zealots coming in, clearing some mines. These carriers can just chip away. I mean, the Corsairs can also de-web the turrets here to further make this unholdable position.
They should. I mean, there's a lot of energy for that right now.
Yeah.
I mean, they can also just wait for the
Also,
Goliaths
I mean, if
to
you
probably
have
hit harder.
Yeah, you can also save it for Goliaths. I mean, if you have 4 carriers, you can kind of just pick up turrets one. Now,
Yeah.
getting on top of the production here, this is the real killer. This is when you think that, okay, you were caught with your pants down. I'm just gonna end it here. We're killing your production. Sitting here and like slowly Goliaths are gonna rally out. And if we get enough, then the carriers have to be careful. But you have the DVEP though. Meanwhile, the ground army, they're moving out.
My queen, pardon me for
Kind of backing
interrupting,
up, setting up.
but the
small
visitors you
groups.
have been expecting have
DC being
arrived.
annoying.
Oh man, Zero with the raid. Thanks, man.
Oh wow! Thanks for the big raid.
You
We are
just-
casting the Coach People League here. The finals, some PvT. We have some B-Web, we have carriers. This is not bonded play, but you know, it's
The next
similar.
best thing.
Bonded in style at least. More D-Webs going down on the Goliaths. Carriers being picked off, but this might just be too much Protoss here as the Terran army has just been decimated. Only a few Goliaths being picked away one at a time. Meanwhile, Protoss taking a 4th base. pair doesn't really have a ground army either. It's full Goliaths now, and has a lot of gateways to also make ground units. Can reinforce with those and attack the Goliaths very efficiently. Do we have any more D-webs? We have 2 more D-webs, I believe, as well. Let's see, if one misses a little bit, Goliath's chasing, trying to take over carrier, doesn't get it. GG.
GG. Wow.
The disruption web carrier does it. Wow.
Grast was in some kind of mood today.
Grast was feeling like Bonnet here. I mean, maybe I'm missing some other inspiration.
Yeah,
that
definitely.
That was out of the ordinary for sure.
Yeah, it's last time we saw all this D-web, I think it was you who asked me the question, like, is this a Let's Attack special? But honestly, I don't know if it is, but it does appear to be.
Maybe it is.
We saw that in, was it 2 matchups, the last cast?
Yeah, in 2 matchups as well, from Let's Attack players, so I guess there's something going on here. We're changing the meta.
Right, maybe. So for the people just joining in now, if you're not totally familiar with the format of the Coach Pupil League, we have teams who have now been playing throughout a 10-week regular season. Now in the playoffs, it's teams of skill levels from up to low A rank, I would say, down to the complete new players to Brood War across all ranges, and we are casting games now from tier 0, which is the top range of players. So from I would say low B rank to low A rank, mostly. So these are the, at least for CPL, the creme de la creme. We have seen some very nice matches here, pulling out the mass shuttle styles, being mini, with nice racks expands, and now we are in our last series for the week and for the day. And going into game 2 now, on Eclipse. This is best of 3. Let's see if we will see another D-Web carrier or some other some other special build out of Grast. Maybe so. Maybe they'll go for the same push again. Maybe it almost worked. Just a little bit unfortunate with the DTs.
Yeah, So was very close to breaking him at the net.
Yeah. And also unfortunate not seeing the carriers, of course, not scanning.
I think they had tried to build a turret, but they built it too far forward, and so the goons were able to just pick it off. I think if they'd been able to build that a little further back, then it would have stopped the DTs from continuing the harass.
But it's tricky because there's limited buildable area outside that natural, but yeah, the goons sniping that wasn't so much to just walk in and end the push. But now we have a new game. We're on Eclipse. Let's get into it.
Yes, let's get started.
Good.
All right, in the top right corner for 2 Furious, it's So.
And in the bottom left, in the gray, for Let's Attack, it's Grast, the gray Protoss. Now, Grast in the chat said earlier, the double citadel is for good luck. It's a strategy from Heroes tree. I'll believe that. It definitely worked out in this game. But now, we might not even see 2 citadels. We might not even see 1. We have a probe moving out very early on. So,
is this in base?
Yeah, that's the question. Where's this gonna be? This is this is a bit too early for the gateway past the in the middle. Yeah, it looks like this is gonna be in base. Let's see if so. Oh, this is just instantly. Just go straight for the harass on the SCV. Pylon in main. Yeah, pylon in main. So not an immediate proxy, just Grast maybe thinking that, okay, maybe Saul was a bit, maybe wants to get into Saul's head with this one. Going for the early probe harassment. Oh, wait a minute. Look at what's this?
What?
That's 6
What?
probes. Is this mini, dude? Is this mini? I've seen mini. This is like
Oh
a
my
mini in a
God.
pro league game. What? Like mini does this to Sharp and like other pro Terrans. He just pulls a bunch of probes on them to
What
harass
year was
early
it that Boxer did the SCV rush? It was
2002 was it?
something like
I
that,
forget.
yeah.
I'm too young, but wow. So we're gonna have 7 probes here in the Terran main.
Surely this can't work though. I mean,
this first probe is really low. Oh, they get on top of the barracks SCV. Oh, nice pull away. That was some flash SCV, but no, not exactly. Okay, SCV's fighting. One SCV does go down here. Of course, SCVs are more tanky, but probes have the range. The range is really what does it here.
Well, and they're also getting shields back, so if they can pull units away.
The barracks SCV went down. Another SCV goes down.
has he lost any probes yet? I don't think so.
Not a single. Maybe I think he lost 1 probe.
He lost 1 because he had 7 originally. He's down to 6. And he's pulling back the ones that are injured really well.
4 or 5 SCVs have gone down already for just 1 probe. Of course, not much mining back at home, but okay, now going into the mineral, this is scary because now you can try to drill, but that's still delaying a lot of mining, and now just trying to bunching up for the marine to spawn. Knows it's gonna spawn in the bottom.
It's around.
Oh, he misses it. He misses it, but gets a lot of shots.
Barely doesn't. Yeah.
The marine can't heal. Oh, and the SCV blocks the marine from the micro hole, and the marine goes down. More SCVs being pulled. What am I looking at here?
And there's a gateway behind this.
Yeah,
so.
there's gateway, there's gas. He's transitioning this. With all the workers killed.
And this micro hole works for the setup, but not for the probes.
It does not. I mean, Grast is ahead in workers here. And another big worker drill here now. Okay, let's see. Can the SVs get a big fight here? He comes out. Oops, getting on top. Down. Gets 1 probe, but okay. Oh, gets the probe again. Probes are so scary.
Down.
Now we have 3 probes left here. And still just like, okay, hasn't started a factory, doesn't even have a second depot. Continuous harass here. Another SCV goes down. Okay, now it's only 2 probes left. I think we'll have to back off. Behind this, just way ahead. Let's look at the mining worker council.
Yeah,
okay, so
progress is up on workers at least.
Yeah.
Well, the first zealot is already marching across the map.
Yeah, Terran pulled up gas for a bit to just get some more mineral income, but I think, I mean, Protoss has a goon on the way after the zealot 2 at range, and Terran still just barracks tech. This zealot, how are you gonna have 2 marines here? You're gonna need a 3rd marine, I think. You have a factory coming, but I think the continuous pressure here can just maybe snowball it even further. Wow. 6 probes being pulled. Okay, good is out.
Zergling reinforcements arriving.
Okay, marines hit. 3 marines against the zealot. Cat work. Zealot does fit quite a lot of hits. No. Zealot actually just takes out all 3. Took a bit too many hits on each marine. This is just a... How do you stabilize this? You're making 1 vulture at a time, sure, but now there's a goon coming. Quick, yeah, no. What's the tank? Might need to pull some SCVs just to hold the ramp here.
Well, and the Citadel is just finishing up, so it looks like we are going to see that that DT rush that
let's see if
it's for initially.
Let's see if it's going to be double Citadel once again. Or it's going to be there's the. Okay, so yeah, Terran being so behind. I don't see it. Oh, I don't see how we can hold a DT here.
Losing that goon for not a whole lot.
Okay, mines are coming. Oh, yeah, the goon did get the most value here. But these have to be really good mining connections here. Against the North Empire. And behind us we have an Nexus. Yeah, well, it's not a gateway. So, how many vultures do we actually have now to make mines? To plan mines? Lay mines, sorry. Only looks like one.
Yeah, one's probably not enough because there's goons out, and they can send those goons in to go tank them first, perhaps.
Yeah, or even if you see the mines being laid, you can of course try to snipe them.
Yeah.
We have one DT on the way now, might have a second one. This Marine tank force trying to pull the goons back, just winning any route possible. And of course the Vulture has to realize that it's to use the mines defensively. Lays one now. See, are the goons gonna tank it? Oh, trying for the Bisu.
Yeah, let's see the micro.
Let's see. Oh, I don't. Did they didn't have range, did they? No, they did have range. They did have range. Oh, just unfortunate. Just unfortunate. But we have first DT out, 2 more on the way. Forge as well. Against like vulture pressure, I would assume.
I think it's also the threat of a potential marine bust.
Yeah, let's see now. We have these 2 mines in like the most natural path here. Let's see if the DT will take. Okay, takes one. Yeah, goes down. Now the follow up. Force So realizes what's up now. eBay is on the way. 2 DTs are out, but the turret should be started instantly here. Have more mines. Meanwhile, the Vulture gets into the natural. It's completely empty. Will be able to start picking away at the ropes, pulling the ropes now. Try and get back into this game with some eco damage. Okay, we have 2 DTs now. Maybe one of them can tank 2 mines at once. Can actually just... Oh, and it even lives. Oh my god, that's... the AoE. Yeah, it took like reduced AoE damage. 2 DTs now in the main. No turret, just started. Can chip away at can just kill everything. Or at least buy a ton of time. Maybe one turret eventually gets them. Like this DT in the natural can just move up here into the main as well. So we have more DTs. We have goons coming. See, one turret almost done. Not happening. One behind the mineral line might finish. So maybe So can survive technically, but oh, kills the tank. This man might be one tank really low HP. Both DTs do go down here. Meanwhile, goons in the natural forces the lift off. Probably can't. I'm not sure. Maybe move up, but maybe there would be SCVs. There's a low HP tank there. With the Vulture out now, I think So can push back down, secure their natural, but so behind here. Protoss going up to 4 gates, 3rd Nexus is completed. Ahead in workers, not by a lot, it's low eco, but such a difficult position now.
Yeah, it looks like Grast is deciding not to continue to push and is just going to macro up for the next few minutes and just get way ahead.
Yeah, adding gateways, adding robotics against the mines. See if this just have speed on the way. So this might just be a zealot bust. Actually, more DTs being made. Another one against like a push, maybe. I think this is just going to be a big gateway bust once again, or not once again, rather. Yeah. And so it's just going to have to scramble, get some kind of out. You don't have the resources for arm, really, but at the same time, you don't have the timing to push with.
Yeah, I think So would need to take it to ultra late game to really have a chance here.
DT spots the vultures out on the map here, picks up one, and there are goons in position. Just won't be able to get any damage, just gets the scouting, sees, have some scans, going down, scans the main, just sees Citadel, gateway goons. Nothing too out of the ordinary. Doesn't know if it's Reaver or not, but either way, has to play very defensively at this point. Trying to get the armory up, trying to get vultures out of the map, doing anything they can. And Kronos just adding gateways. Yeah, getting Storm now. Looks like it's gonna be a big gateway bust. I'm noticing also from this position, So is just cutting SCVs, just really just putting everything into units, it seems like. Maybe that's a way to try and hold.
Yeah, go for a kill move.
Pressure.
They might realize how far behind they are and just say, "Hey, I gotta kill him or lose."
Yeah, might be. It's unfortunate though. You know you're down 0-1 if you're on match point, so to say, and then being forced into that kind of desperation doesn't feel good.
Yeah.
Vultures are out on the map, getting some mines out, confirming that there's no additional bases at least just yet. Realizes that okay, it's 3 bases still, probably gonna be bust. Can play for that. Adding some factories now, but will it be enough? It's just 59 supply. There's a lot of tanks. I'm not sure if there's going to be enough vultures to kind of soak for everything.
Well, now we've got a shuttle loaded up with some zealots and Templar. I mean, a push is just going to be so hard.
Zealot Templar, yeah. This could be harassed, but I think at this point, I think you would just want to use the shuttle with the army to put up a few tanks, rather get some nice storms. So trying to move out actually here. Trying to set up a position with turrets, with mines. Mines are very nice here, covering the main attack path from the middle. Tanks do have some spread against Storm, but there's no vultures to cover.
CC.
Indeed,
so maybe they're going to try to take it long.
Yeah, third CC starport, kind of like the textbook play, but I'm just wondering if it's going to survive that far. If So is going to survive to get the... There's just not a lot of vultures to cover these tanks out in the front.
Yeah, pumping a lot of units right now out of all the gateways.
Going into Stargate, actually, behind this. See if it's going to be who wants to do Arbiter, or Carrier, or Stairs once again. But now adding some factories here. Oh, and we got the drop of the natural, actually. Good, very nice SCV hold up. The Storm's got no kills at all. Very nice SCV hold up. Reacting in time. Giving some vision. Very nice drop defense, but is that going to be enough? The 2 Templar are still alive. They could try and go for another drop later on, actually. The Absol and the SCVs are now actually almost none of them wounded. Very behind this, we have the Corsairs once again. Corsair Fleet Beacon, second Stargate.
Look at that.
Yeah, stick to your guns. Oh, the DT.
Like you said, there's just no vultures out here, so there are so many zealots.
Oh my god, is this DT gonna... This DT... Oh, and it gets a third tank. 3 tanks for 1 DT. Okay, speedlots. Oh, big mine hit on the speedlots.
Nice.
But this is still... Okay, Kronos now coming in. Narrow choke, but this is just so much. One group going up into the third base, and the other group coming on top of the tanks here now. No vultures at all. So let's get on top. Now the goons also can chip away at the tanks. Some more vultures coming in, trying to lay mines. Goons clear them, get on top of the 2 last tanks here. The zealots have reached the third. 1 tank left. And I think Kronos can just rally here. GG.
GG.
Didn't even see the Corsairs, but didn't need them. The probe rush, just the probe rush was able to... I can't believe I'm saying it, but yeah. Very nice worker micro there. Just maybe So not familiar with the situation either.
Well, I can't imagine it's something you practice against, right?
No, but just be able to pull back the probes, pick off wounded SCVs, surround the Marines with the range, with the shield healing, and then just follow up. The follow-up DT did so much damage as well.
Is there anything you can actually do against that, or is it just a micro battle?
I think at that, I mean, I haven't faced a pro brush like that myself. Like, I think at that point it's just a micro thing. I mean, the SimCity was correct against Zealots, but like it doesn't really, it doesn't impact a pro brush on a 2-player map. I'd say you can't get a wall in time. The worker, you can't wall in time. I think on a 2-player map against the scout like that, especially was one of the first. Was it one of the first 4 probes? I believe, or maybe the 5th probe that
I
was
think
pulled.
it was the 5th, but I'm not sure.
Maybe it was. I think at that point, you're kind of just relying on micro and the fact that, okay, Protoss pulled a lot of their economy to do that, obviously. And yeah, I mean, you have 60 HP, but again, range and healing is pretty strong. But I mean, surely, like, if there are ways to just micro against it and maybe, yeah, get Marines up with good sims, like covered by SCVs, not letting probes get on top of the Marines would have to be a part of it, I assume.
Yeah, I mean, by the end, I think they were only down 3 workers, but obviously their tech and stuff was a little bit later.
Yeah.
But it didn't feel like it was, you know, insanely far. Like, it felt like if things had gone a little bit differently, it still could have been pretty equal.
Maybe, yeah, but it also just threw off. In this case, it threw so off their build so much. Like the
Yeah,
second
sure.
depot was very late. The factory timing was non-existent, basically, because they had to pull SCVs to fight the probes, right? And that then you're either like have no mineral income or you're not mining gas, and it's a it's not a scenario you navigate every day, is it? As the Terran player, maybe if you are the Protoss player, maybe you've been pro brushing on the ladder a few times before the big match, but as the Terran, how are you? It's a weird scenario for sure.
Yeah, this was a pretty amazing set, I have to say. And
Wow.
yeah, that brings us
It's
to
been
the
a long
end.
set as well.
That brings us to the end of the tier 0 for the CPL Season 8 finals. And
Kiko points out, Xagek points out, you need vision to drill the SCVs. Like Protoss has the option to drill, right? Because
yes,
you have
that's
probes
very true. Yeah,
you can drill onto the Terran mineral line and back home to your own mineral.
Yeah,
because
definitely.
Terran doesn't really have that option.
Yeah.
So maybe like having an SCV out on the map would be good. But yeah, sorry to interrupt you there with the outro.
Yeah, well, that means that the tier 0 matches ends in a 3-2 victory for Letters Attack. And in fact, that ends all our coverage of the finals because this was the last tier. And
Indeed.
That means.
And what was the final score?
Well, the final score, I'm gonna switch over to that now. Final score was 13-6 for Letters Attack. And in fact, they are the winners of CPL Season 8.
Oh, wow. Congratulations.
Yes.
So let us take it. I mean, congratulations to you, Dada, for being on the team. Congratulations to all the players today. Great games. But yeah, let us taking it in the end there. That's a strong score against the regular season. Against the regular season champions.
Yes, because the first 2 times that we faced 2-2 Furious, Letters Attack actually lost.
Wow. And I mean, congratulations also to you, Lana, to 2-2 Furious for winning the regular season. Very strong performance there. 8 wins, I believe, 8-2 or something.
Yeah, I think it was 8-2. We had a good run.
A very good run, I have to say. And also, I mean, second place in you got through the playoffs into the finals. Oof.
Yeah, and
what a way to end it.
To all the players of CPL, thanks for playing, you know, and thanks for being part of this. Not just
Yeah.
to Two Factor Furious and Letters Attack, but to all the teams. And here are the
Thanks
teams
for
of
playing.
season 8. We had
Thanks for letting us be in this community, and thanks for letting us cast these
yes.
great games. Get involved and get to know you guys.
Yeah, and I don't know when season 9 is beginning, but we will be at some point starting it up, and I hope that everybody's going to be back when that happens. We'll come up with some new team names that are equally as stupid as these.
Hopefully, hopefully we might see not everybody coming back, but also some moving up to coach. I think some players in here.
Yeah, that could very well be, and I think some
take that step for the next season.
yeah, and
Push
some
the-
players
yeah.
some players are definitely going to be moving up a tier as well. We've seen some
Definitely.
very high quality games out of a lot of these players.
Yeah. So to all the teams here, the UED, the Korean Mechanics, Purple Lifeguards, the Two Fact Two Furious, the Letters Attack, and the Gosus with the unicorns. Thanks to all of you. It's been a great season. It's been a blast.
Yes. And again, props to Letters Attack for winning. Here's a list of all the players who played for Letters Attack this season. So a lot of good players, and I'm sure a lot of them are going to be moving up a tier next time.
Nice one. Yeah. A lot of strong names in there. A lot of
Yeah,
players I've had the pleasure to play against, lose against. Yeah, I'm sure we'll see some of these in a
Yeah.
level above later on. Rage in the chat. Well done.
Yes. Well, I think that just about does it for the cast.
I believe so. Let's see if we can find somebody to raid and keep this train going.
Maybe you guys have a good idea for who to raid.
I see Beamy99, aka Advil. He's a CP. He's not in the final, but
Oh,
he's
Advil.
a CP. Sure. See, Herpmon.
Do you have his? Do you have a username I can type in?
Beamy99. 99 with numbers.
Can you dump it in the Discord? So
Yeah,
I
sure,
can have
sure.
the right one?
Yeah, sure.
Ah, yes. Let's do it.
Keep the CPL train going. Keep the BSL train going. Or I don't know if it was BSL earlier or the Zero train going in the Diggity.
Yeah, and look at how many players are queuing up. People are queuing up to raid. So everyone, thanks a lot, and join us again for CPL Season 9. Thanks, guys.
Take care. Thanks for having us.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
GG's.
Bye.